G'day, mate. 40 here. I've been leading a normal life the past 2 weeks, hardly doing any live streaming, just making money and spending time with friends, working out and doing things that I wanted to do. I like to take these periodic breaks from live streaming so that I'm just not talking compulsively. So Trump's tariffs dominate the news, and I want to bring a perspective that is not common in the mainstream media, or why else would you bother watching me? I'm not as skilled and professional as the people presenting the news in the mainstream media, so I need to add some value. So this is a fascinating story for many reasons, but number one, there is close to a 100% elite consensus that these Trump tariffs are a disaster. Right? As close as you can get to a 100% elite consensus that these tariffs are a disaster. And it comes about as close to a consensus as you can get among economists that free trade is better than protectionism. And this is how I grew up in the economics profession. So from age 18 to 22, I wanted to be an economist. And I read Karl Marx's book, Das Kapital. I read Adam Smith on The Wealth of Nations. That was published in 1776. And I read widely on economics. I took classes in economics at UCLA. And one of my professors who had a great influence on my life was Russell Roberts, who was raised a secular Jew, but ended up becoming an Orthodox Jew. He was also a marathon runner. And he got his PhD from the University of Chicago. And the UCLA economics program, one of America's best, was known as the University of Chicago of the West, meaning it was very much a libertarian Milton Friedman-style economics department. Milton Friedman was a big believer in free markets and in free trade. And that's how I was educated, and those are my instincts. And Russell Roberts had a profound influence on me. We would have these long, lengthy discussions about life, morality, meaning, economics, Judaism after class. And then when I was confined to bed for years with chronic fatigue syndrome, I corresponded a little bit with Russell Roberts, some phone calls, and he even mentioned to me about writing a book on Orthodox Judaism together. And I heard Russell Roberts about 9 years ago, I think 2016, he was interviewed on public radio, and he was making the case for free trade. And he said half the reason that he favors free trade is, in the case of particularly trade between China and the United States, half the reason that he favors free trade is that it's good for China. And I thought, wow, just imagine being an American citizen and you have as much concern for the welfare of the Chinese as you do for Americans. And that's a general predisposition among economists. They are not nationalists, right? They generally look at these issues of trade in terms of overall economic efficiency. They don't generally look at these things in terms of the national interest. And do you remember in the early weeks and months of COVID, we realized how vulnerable we were to trade disruption, that we allowed China to essentially manufacture almost all of our pharmaceuticals, almost all of our PPV, personal protective PPE, protective equipment. And that triggered, I think, a rethink that maybe globalization and relying on other countries providing so many of these vital materials for us, not such a great idea. And so with or without Trump's tariffs, right, we are leaving the era of globalization because all transactions have some friction, have some costs. And the United States was overwhelmingly bearing the cost of maintaining free trade around the world by policing maritime shipping lanes. So shipping goods by sea the cost of that has just dropped dramatically over the past few decades. And the safety to do that has been paid for, by and large, by the U.S. taxpayer. And so one argument for a more protectionist attitude with regard to trade is that you want to realign economic incentives with military and national power and strategic priorities. right? It's not just a matter of raw GNP growth, but perhaps you want your country to be more self-reliant, to be better able to handle, say, a military conflict, and to be less vulnerable to global supply chains, and to align our trading priorities with our national power priorities. So my two biggest fears with regard to this Trump administration was that, one, it would be incompetent, and two, that it would be corrupt. And my fears about incompetence are 20 times as strong as my fears about corruption. So on the face of it, it just looks obviously incompetent to dramatically impose this degree of tariffs. It crashed the stock market. It seems, on the most simple, basic analysis, just gross incompetence. And so I'm not going to take that perspective, but I just want to acknowledge it. I just want to tip my yarmulke to that perspective. I want to explore, right, the arguments for how this Trump plan, that there might be some plan behind it. Right? During the first term, when Trump's supporters would say, oh, Trump is playing 4D chess, most of the time that did not appear to be true. Right? Most of the time it appeared that Trump was just acting with his gut. Most of the time during the first Trump administration, he was not playing 4D chess. This time around, Trump's moves in general seem much more strategic until this time. Right? This looks like an absolute disaster, but I am not going to take the attitude that this is just idiocy. I'm going to try to understand the reasons for why Trump is acting this way. Like, could there be possibly some rational reasons for this Trump approach, and how likely is it that it will succeed?
Including rejuvenating American manufacturing, reducing America's trade deficit, and paying off the national debt.
So the number one reason for this type of protectionist trade policy is to incentivize more investment in domestic industries here in America.
None of these really feel satisfactory, not least because the main consequence of the tariffs seem to be a recession. This is why some commentators have instead suggested this could all be actually part of a bigger, deeper plan to negotiate both a devaluation of the dollar and an unprecedented restructuring of America's massive debt pile. This might sound somewhat far-fetched, but this is exactly what Stephen Miran, the chair of Trump's Council of Economic Advisers, argued Trump should do in a recent paper titled A User's Guide to Restructuring the Global Trading System. So in this video, we're going to look at Miran's ambitious plan, often nicknamed the Mar-a-Lago Accord, and whether it could actually happen.
Come on, guys, cut it with the music. Let's just get to the...
Copy of our magazine too long. Pre-order a copy by clicking the link. Crisis. America's national debt to GDP ratio now stands at 123%, and in 2024 the US ran a deficit representing 6.4% of GDP, the largest in the OECD apart from Israel, and more than triple the 2% average for other advanced economies. This has all pushed the US dangerously close to what's known as a debt spiral, as it becomes more expensive to pay off the interest or service this debt pile, which means more debt, which means higher servicing costs, etc. Things look like they're going to get worse in the near term. The current Republican House budget would expand the deficit even further, and the latest Treasury Department report suggests the US has borrowed more money in the past 5 months than ever before. This problem will become more acute if Trump tries to devalue the dollar. This is something Miran called for in that paper, where he tentatively suggested that fixing America's trade deficit could require as much as a 15% dollar devaluation. And in July, Trump himself told Bloomberg that the dollar's strength is, quote, a big currency problem. For context, Trump and his advisors think that the dollar's strength is responsible for America's apparent deindustrialization, because the strength of the dollar makes American exports less competitive internationally and allows Americans to import more foreign-made goods. A devaluation would exacerbate the debt problem in two ways. First, it would trigger a sell-off in US government bonds known as Treasuries, because they would be paying less interest in real terms. And second, it could erode the dollar's status as the world's reserve currency. Currently, the US dollar is the currency that central banks and other big financial institutions like to hold in their foreign exchange reserves, in large part because it's considered particularly safe, and there's an assumption that the dollar's value will remain relatively stable over time. Similarly, Treasuries are now the world's reserve debt instrument, which creates lots of extra demand for Treasuries and allows the US to borrow more. However, a rapid devaluation would undermine the dollar's standing, and if the dollar loses its status as the world's reserve currency, Treasuries would probably also lose their status as the world's reserve debt instrument. Miran's solution to this conundrum is a multilateral currency agreement, where America's major trading partners agree to do certain things to strengthen their currencies, thus effectively devaluing the dollar. Miran has apparently been inspired by the Plaza Accord of 1985, where then-President Ronald Reagan convinced America's big trading partners, most notably Europe and Japan, to strengthen their currencies and boost demand for American goods. The Plaza Accord was named after the hotel where it was negotiated, hence why this prospective deal has been nicknamed the Mar-a-Lago Accord. To avoid a debt crisis, however, Miran suggests...
So, on the face of things, Ronald Reagan was very much a free trader. On the face of things, Donald Trump seems very much a protectionist. But Reagan stocked his cabinet with an approximately equal number of free traders and protectionists. And in his first term, that's what Trump did. He had an equal number of protectionists and free traders. This time around, he seems to have more protectionists than free traders, but Trump is generally employing a similar strategy to Reagan in that he's using both protectionist measures and possibly holding open deals for free trade. So one would expect that large reason for these Trump tariffs is to strike more advantageous deals with trading partners that will be willing to back off on these tariffs if they cut deals. So I think this balanced approach, right, seems fairly pragmatic, that there's a time and a place and a situation where free trade with certain nations might make more sense, and then with other nations, much more protectionist attitude should prevail. So Reagan employed plenty of protectionism and also allowed for plenty of free trade. His approach was balanced.
Suggests not only that America's allies continue to hold and buy treasuries, but that they accept a so-called rescheduling of the treasuries they currently hold. Basically, all treasuries have a so-called maturity, which is when they pay out their face value. If you buy a 10-year treasury with a face value of $1,000, for instance, you get a bit of interest every 6 months for 10 years, and then at the end of 10 years, you get the full $1,000. At the moment, the average weighted maturity of US Treasury debt is about 6 years. Miran's plan here is to basically say to America's trading partners that they're not actually going to pay out the face value. Rather, they're going to reschedule the maturity for some later date. In his paper, Miran suggests using century bonds, i.e. treasuries that only pay out after 100 years, or even so-called perpetual bonds.
So I don't think I've said the name Stephen Miran before, but I've spent much of the past few days reading up on Stephen Miran and his paper. And Stephen Miran is now the chair of the President's Council of Economic Advisors. He got his PhD from Harvard. Now, his plan called for a gradual increase in tariffs, not the dramatic level of tariffs just announced unilaterally that Trump has done. And the reason that Miran pushed for a gradual introduction of tariffs is that he said it would crash the economy and crash the stock market if you did what Trump did. So Trump has had these protectionist pro-tariff instincts for many decades, and he's probably seizing upon Stephen Miran's plan as something that just comes naturally to him. And he's not fully going with the plan. I'm sure that Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, is not thrilled with this more unilateral Trump approach, but it seems like Trump is taking what he likes from advisors and then melding it to his own will. And we're getting the dramatic 10% crash in the stock market that Miran and Bessent probably feared,
which don't even have a set maturity date. This would obviously massively ease America's debt burden, but it's a pretty terrible deal for America's big trading partners. So how does Miran plan to get them to agree to all this? Well, he argues that America's trading partners essentially owe it to the US for providing a security umbrella. But if they're not persuaded by this watertight argument, Miran gives 3 ways the US could convince them. 1, the stick of tariffs, 2, the carrot of the defense umbrella and the risk of losing it, and 3, central bank tools. And this is why some people think Trump could be trying to negotiate a so-called Mar-a-Lago Accord. He's whacking tariffs on all America's big trading partners and threatening to draw down America's military presence in NATO and elsewhere, exactly as Miran suggests. Similarly, senior members of Trump's team have echoed Miran's ideas. Last year, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, for instance, argued that the US should force NATO states that weren't spending enough on defense to buy what he called 50-year military bonds from the US. So, will this actually work? Well, we're not convinced. For starters, the Plaza Accord was made doable by the fact that, back then, America's main trading partners were also its allies. This is no longer true. America's biggest trading partner, and one of the biggest international treasury holders, is China, and it's hard to see Xi signing up to this.
Okay, so I had to ask Grok, right, what's the good news about these Trump tariffs? And the good news, if you're looking for it, is that these tariffs will bring in a lot of new revenues. So Trump's tariffs in his first term brought in about $230 billion, of which about $30 billion was returned to American farmers. So White House claims 25% tariff on automobiles made outside the U.S. could bring in $100 billion in new revenue while strengthening the American manufacturing sector. So if business becomes convinced that Trump intends to maintain a high level of tariffs, right, they'll be strongly incentivized to set up more manufacturing in the United States, right, from small companies to major corporations, all right. They will see the incentive, they'll see the writing on the wall, they'll be more likely to invest in domestic manufacturing. Trump is certainly flexible. Has there been a more nimble U.S. president? I'm not sure there has. Right, so Trump seems incredibly flexible. My father said that I changed my mind more than anyone he knew. And Trump is just incredibly flexible. So maybe he'll use these tariffs as leverage to create deals for America that one would hope as an American are advantageous for America. And so if Trump suggests and creates a lot of deals with various countries, and apparently 50 countries have reached out to the United States to try to reach some kind of accord. So if Trump makes some deals, right, that could mitigate the harsher element of these tariffs. So here's one commentary.
I got a report from the USTR last night that more than 50 countries have reached out to the president to begin a negotiation. But they're doing that because they understand that they bear a lot of the tariff. And so I don't think that you're going to see a big effect on the consumer in the U.S. because I do think that the reason why we have a persistent long-run trade deficit is these people have very inelastic supply. They've been dumping goods into the country in order to create jobs, say, in China. I got a report.
So elasticity is one of the first things I learned in my study of economics, and that is how flexibly can you do something different. And manufacturing is much less elastic than consuming. So let's say that you were regularly buying, say, every morning a $5 cup of coffee. Now, let's say that due to these tariffs, the coffee goes to $7. Right, maybe you will substitute in something else. So consumers have a lot more elasticity in their demand than manufacturers. Manufacturers like invest. They have protocols. They have workers in place. They have machinery. Right, they have a lot less flexibility. And the mainstream media says that these tariffs will be paid for by American consumers. But Stephen Miran is the chair of Trump's Council of Economic Advisors. He says, no, they'll be paid for by the tariff nations. Who's right, the mainstream media or Stephen Miran? Well, it depends on whether you're looking in the long term or the short term and how much flexibility there is in consumer demand. So if consumers flexibly shift away from goods that dramatically go up in price due to these tariffs, then the cost will be overwhelmingly borne by those nations that are tariffed, and it certainly will be that in the long run. So Trump says that these tariffs will keep American taxes low. They'll level the playing field with other nations that impose higher tariffs and higher barriers on American goods. So tariffs are just one type of barrier that American exports face overseas. And a few years ago, I was doing a daily show with Kevin Michael Grace, and once a week, we'd have a book club. One of the books that he suggested blew my mind because I come from that Milton Friedman free trade, free market style approach to economics. And Kevin assigned the book 23 Things They Don't Tell You About Capitalism. And it's by a South Korean economist, Ha-Joon Jang. And he challenged the idea that free markets always lead to optimal incomes. And he would say, no, plenty of government interventions can shape economies in ways that put a higher priority on national interests over global economic efficiency. And so the number one thing that they don't tell you about capitalism, according to this economist, is that there's no such thing as a free market because all markets are shaped by rules and interventions, and there's always friction in transactions. So if the US cannot compete fairly with countries that subsidize their industries or exploit cheap labor, then tariffs might level the playing field. And there was a good joke last night on Saturday Night Live about China will have a hard time explaining these Trump tariffs to their workers because it's really hard to give bad news to a child, on the idea that so much of the Chinese labor is essentially slave labor. Another thing that this book argued, companies should not be run in the interests of their owners because they often prioritize short-term shareholder value over long-term social good. So Trump's tariffs could force companies such as Apple to rethink offshoring, and that might benefit American workers and local economies, even if it temporarily dents corporate profits or stock prices. So should the American economy be run primarily on the basis of economic metrics, or should it be primarily run and operated in the national interest and in the interest of Americans? Right? And Cheng says, free market policies rarely make poor countries rich. You have to shield vital industries from foreign competition as they get off the ground. That doesn't apply so much to America now. Making rich people richer doesn't make the rest of us richer. It's a challenge to trickle-down economics. And number 22, he critiques hyper-efficient markets that amplify short-term volatility. So from this framework, Trump's tariffs are not just blunt tools. They reject the neoliberal orthodoxy of free trade, deregulation, and globalization. These are no longer sacred cows. So if Trump's plan sparks a manufacturing renaissance without crippling consumers or igniting a trade war, right, then obviously that would be a vindication of these theories. So consumers definitely, without a doubt, have more flexibility and elasticity than the manufacturers who are going to be hit by these tariffs. Also, only 14% approximately of the American economy comes from imports. Right? The American economy is less reliant on trade than any other major economy. And even though almost all economists support free trade, there are various ways that economists are disconnected from reality. For example, they treat all labor imports usually as the same, when obviously different groups have very different levels of productivity, they have different levels of work ethic, and economists don't normally think about the national interest, right? They tend to ignore history and context. So it's just striking to me how little they prioritize national interests, and this is the big reason that economists gravitate toward free trade. Right? They see economic growth as this big global pie, and the biggest slice for China is not a loss for America, just as long as the total pie expands. Right? So the intellectual roots and the toolkit of economics is in competition with nationalism's us versus them vibe. So free trade bias, right? Economists are all in with comparative advantage. Nations should specialize in what they are best at. So if China can pump out cheap steel and the US can crank out software, then we just should swap goods. And national borders, to most economists, are just lines on a map that mess up optimization. So economists don't tend to take much consideration of national borders. They measure success in metrics like GDP, consumer surplus, purchasing power. They don't really care about nation states. So nationalism has much more of a zero-sum logic, right? America first. So economics took off in the 18th and 19th century. It was started off as a rebellion against mercantilism, which was protectionism. Free trade became the enlightened policy, and that has largely stuck. So economists are trained to think in systems, not with regard to trade. 80% of economists back freer trade. And economic tools don't tend to play nicely with national interest. So American university campuses are the least nationalist places in the United States. Overwhelmingly, for the past 200 years, nationalism has been the strongest force in politics and in global relations, but it's not so much true on university campuses. Right? So nationalism has, you could argue, non-rational roots. It's based or reflected in poetry and song. It's a feeling that we prefer our own kind to outsiders. And the more right-wing you are, right, the more likely you are to have skepticism about outsiders. So economists tend to have a globalist mindset, right? They're not anti-nationalists out of spite. It's just that their framework, their way of thinking, does not compute nationalism. So let me get some guests onto the show. Hang on.
Measure cheating. This has been a point of debate since last night. Explain to the audience the thought process here.
Sure. Thanks for having me. It's great to see you again. So the president has long been focused on bilateral trade deficits, and the president decided that the cumulative trade deficits the United States has been running over recent decades are a national emergency. So in order to address those trade deficits, we have to respond with tariff rates, and the president decided.
So this is Stephen Miran. He is the economist who is credited with the master plan behind Trump's move, right? And he is the chair of Trump's Council of Economic Advisors.
That we'd have different tariff rates for every country. So the question is, how do you measure the extent to which other countries keep our exports out of their market?
Okay, let's get Jordan onto the show. Jordan, what's going on, man?
Hey, buddy, nice to see you. You can see my face now, sort of see my face anyway.
Yeah, what do you think? You obviously had something on your mind when you wanted to come on.
Okay, I had a YouTube tab open. Fantastic to be on again. Good to see you all. I've been watching. I watched. I have to say this thing, Lou. There was an ex-intelligence officer in the American Army. I have to send you her name. I can't remember her name. And she was saying about how Israel pushed America to invade Iraq. This was another conspiracy that I hate. And so I read into it. I did chat GPT, etc., etc. I've heard this all before, and we were we gave the US information, but we weren't so gun-ho in invading Iraq. I think it goes back to the first Iraq war as well. If we look at, guys, anyone from England, if you look at it's called Bravo 20, which the SAS, the British Armed Forces, the Secret Service went into Iraq to disarm Iraqi armory. And it was on American British orders because they didn't want Israel to attack Iraq after the missile Saddam sent. And this is a constant thing, Luke, you know this yourself. Constant thing is that Jews and the Israeli lobby have so much influence over America. When anyone with a brain, guys, you have to read this. Fantastic. Israel is a puppet state of America. Israel has survived, yes, partly because of its own identity, but also because America needs Israel in the Middle East. It needs a democratic society to be a watchdog over the Middle East. And when I hear people say, and they talk about AIPAC, and they don't realize that AIPAC is like mostly evangelical Christians who need Israel to exist for obvious reasons. It just makes me laugh. You have to read, not just believe everything you hear. Over to you, my man.
Okay, so Israel seems to be the strongest military in the Middle East. It would make sense that the United States would want to have a strong ally in the Middle East, given that there is some importance to the Middle East. But two nations will always have somewhat contradictory goals. And so there is inherently going to be tension between the United States and Israel. And I don't know if you've experienced this, Jordan, but sometimes I've had great relations with a person, with a bloke, and then we got a little closer, and that blew up the relationship. Like, we would have been fine if we just stayed as acquaintances, but when we got closer, we found some irreconcilable differences, and we couldn't handle it. Or with women, like, things were great on just a friendly basis, but when I tried to turn it into a romantic relationship, it just blew up and it just didn't work. So even if the United States and Israel have many strategic interests in common, it doesn't mean that they should be joined at the hip in everything. So there is a case to be made for a little more distant relationship between the United States and Israel, in that would give Israel more flexibility. So I've never been married, but when I see married couples, I know that effectively one spouse largely gets a veto power over what the other spouse does. And so there are good arguments that both Israel and the United States would be advantaged by a somewhat more distant relationship rather than a joined at the hip relationship. That would give Israel a freer hand, and the United States would not be held responsible for everything that Israel does. What are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, many people have said this. Many science Jews have said that the fact that we're accepting help from from America, is not serving our purpose. The military contracts is like, yes, they give us. This is what people don't understand as well, because they're either morons or literate. But the point is that, yes, America gives Israel bags of money, but yet it's on a promise. It's not. It's on, you provide, you develop weapons, sell them back to or give them back to us, or this, that, and the other. It's not like, oh, we'll give you money, you're gun-ho. So you're absolutely right. And there's a lot of people who, Rahman, one of the best, I love this guy, Rahman, who says, we should, and I agree with you, we should. America's been great to Israel. After a certain time, at first, they put embargoes on us, I think. But in general, yes, they've been very supportive. But Americans are going to get pissed. I remember, Luke, when you read, you did a skit. This is different. You did a small skit on the COC, Kevin McDonald, and you said that people are going to read this book and be pissed with Jews. And I get that. But that's like, but for me, I've spoken to Jews who there's a guy called, do you remember, Luke, a guy called Leo Frank, who was hung. Yes, exactly. And we both know this guy, but I'm not gonna publicly name him on stream. And he's very clever. You know him very well. And he said, I think he did it. And he says, and do you know how I know this? I read Louis Farrakhan's book. I'm like, exactly. It's like, I want a really one-centered, moderate perception. I'm going to read Mein Kampf, and I'm just going to believe everything. It's like in England as well. I watched a debate. I'll have to send you the link on Jews versus the white nationalists. And I'm going to be honest, guys. Everyone who hears me now, I'm a Jew who lives in Israel, but I'm incredibly sympathetic to indigenous Britons being British. I think Britain should be predominantly white, not on a racial term, but that's how it was formed. It's formed on a Christian Judeo society where most people are white. It's not. I'd be also perturbed by Russians, Czechs, anyone else going into Britain as well, because you need a British value system. So it's not really on race, but overly, it kind of is the fact that Brits deserve their own homeland. Indigenous Brits, I get that. And we can all see on the news. What's going on. And there's big problems. Now, there's another one, Luke, I've got to tell you about. And you know this guy as well. It's like talking about Jews and communism and Bolshevism. and he brings up a book by David Duke.
Yes.
I'm like, seriously, you fucking stupid. I've got a book by David Duke, so this must be true. And anyone who knows, guys, you're not Jewish, lovely to thank you for sponsoring Luke. Luke's a great guy. But anyone who knows about communism to its core, it was very anti-Jewish, very anti-religion. The Holodomor, which the neo-Nazis also, it's a Jewish problem. Nah, not so at all. It's the Jews were persecuted just as quickly. And this is what we get. We get this ongoing nonsense, this moronic rubbish. People are literate or they just can't. I don't know. But the fact is that I remember someone said to me as well, Luke, we're put on earth. We're not better than non-Jews. We're not better than anybody. But God, guys, I want you to hear this, everyone. When God says you're the chosen people, it's not that you're better. It's just I want you to portray this message to everybody around the world of what I believe in. That's what it means. It doesn't mean that non-Jews or Muslims or anyone else are lower than us. It means we've been given God's message to contribute to the world.
Now, doesn't every group think that they're the best? I would hope so. I would hope that Australian Aborigines, I would hope that Muslims, I would hope that the Japanese, I would hope that the Norwegians, I would hope every group thinks that they are the greatest group in the world. All right? I just think that's part of human nature. We naturally think of ourselves as the center of the universe.
Yeah, I mean, look, but we don't. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of the Jews. And you know this, Luke. I mean, I always keep saying this to you. It's quite funny. I keep saying you're more Jewish than I am. You're more observant. You keep kosher. You go to shul. I find you, even though I'm ethnically Jewish, which I think is rubbish. Anyone can be Jewish. It's like, for me, it's like supporting a football club. It's not about racial identity. It's not about, well, if I'm Chinese, can I be Jewish? Anyone can be Jewish. If you believe in those laws, you're a Jew. You're a Jew. And I don't believe that we're better. But again, I believe that the point is that it was put upon us to show the light. Like the Jedi. I'm more of a Jedi.
How long have you lived in Israel?
In Israel since 2009.
And what was that like? I mean, that's a pretty big cultural transition from England to Israel. How did it go?
As a European, you're right. And it's quite funny because the more you see Israel develop, it's gone back to Judeo-Christian values. It's gone back to, it's just, for me, it's mini America, Luke. It's mini America. There's outlets, there's the skyline, there's very European. It's gone back. But even Mizrahi, Sephardim, again, everything's, we've all grouped together for this American ideal, I think. Is the corporate skyscrapers, the money, the economy. You have to. Well, you know this yourself, but please God, when you come back, you'll see. For me, it's mini America. I love that. I love the fact that even though Israel was never a third world country, it looked kind of decrepit and like a third world country, but now completely different.
What were the biggest challenges for you in making the transition to living in Israel?
Well, I'm too nice, apparently. I'm too European. I'm too polite. And they kept saying, Israelis are very nice to me. They said, Jordan, you've got to stop being so nice to people. I'm like, well, that's my makeup. I don't care who you are. If you're a good person, you're a good person. And it's not so much that different because the values from probably the 50s, 60s, 70s to now have changed because, look, even Israelis go out drinking now, Luke, which you would never have happened before. Israelis go out drinking, they party, things are changing. It's a very Western society. People don't get this. Israel's very Western, very Western still on Judeo-Christian values. Now, any anti-Semites out there, I'm going to argue with you that Jews don't like other religions. I went with my sister and my wife and my family. We went to Jerusalem. And I don't know if it was Greek. It was either modern Orthodox Christianity or Greek. And when the priest came out, we watched this. I should have filmed it. The IDF were on both sides, monitoring them, guarding them so that no one would attack them. So when people I've seen on YouTube, Jews split at Christians. Yeah, it does happen. The lunatics, which is a very small fringe, might do it. But in general, anyone who thinks that Christians and Muslims, I'm talking moderate people, are not protected, I'm inviting you right now, come out and see what I saw. When you've got soldiers march alongside priests, making sure they're not attacked.
And who would you like to see as the Prime Minister of Israel? Do you think Bibi's the best option right now?
Yes. Yeah. And I never thought I would say that. I thought, this is why it's happening. But it doesn't matter because it's the funny thing about Israel, guys, is no matter who's in charge, they still have the same ideals. Even if you're a left-wing politician, you're still going to have those Zionist beliefs that we need to be protected. So it doesn't matter. I think, and I've heard this and I agree with this, no matter what, who was in charge at the time, it would have been the same outcome. Would have done the same thing. Would have gone into Gaza. And this is unfortunate. This is what, again, people don't understand. It's like they think we're killing people for fun. They think we're aiming at civilians. No, we're not. We're not aiming at civilians. We're trying. Look, if you look online now, you can see how many Palestinians are, thank God, protesting against Hamas now. It's amazing. This is how it should have been. But they're scared. The Palestinians have been under control by Hamas for way too long. It's ironic, no one ever mentions this, is they have an election. They have one election, and that's it. Does that not ring any red flags for you? Or Luke's next question.
Okay, Do Ashkenazim largely hang out with Ashkenazim, Sfadim hang out with Sfadim, and Mizrahim largely hang out with Mizrahim? Is Israel largely divided into these tribes, or is there much social connection between them?
Not anymore. Yeah, in the past, that was the truth. I mean, we'll look at every Israeli prime minister. They've all been white European Ashkenaz. That's very true. I think that's not a good thing because I've met many Mizrahim, Sephardim. My wife is Mizrahim, and they're just as smart. There has been a bit of racism, but I think that's largely gone now. There's some people who hold that solace still, who are like, "Oh, you're Ashkenaz." Someone called me a Polak once. Luke, I said, you might as well just call me a dumb white boy. I mean, it's just the same thing, But the difference now, I mean, it's like, I'm from England, guys, and I went to a Jewish school, and they're white, brown, black, you could be Yemen, you could be Moroccan. Didn't matter to me. I was brought up on a Jew's a Jew, Ethiopian. If you're Yemen, if you're Moroccan, Iraqi, it doesn't matter. Jew's a Jew. I don't care. Well, that's not being racist because I don't think non-Jews are lower class because they're not. Not at all. But that was never a problem for me. And when I came to Israel, you're right. It was like, is this being discussed? Is this serious? You're a Jew, with 6 million of our people have been massacred, thousands of years of persecution, and we're debating on who's whiter than white, or who's a bit darker. I mean, that's just madness.
Mm-hmm. And are you optimistic about the future of the Jewish state of Israel, or are you pessimistic, or in between?
Optimistic. We're in a situation where it's going to take a lot of time, but we can see Well, if you look at Europe, and this is not a good thing, I don't like people who are anti-Muslim. I don't. I think it's you can't be. It's like you can't be, anti-Semite on greed, and then non-believer on amber. So if you're going to be anti-racist, you've got to be anti-racist for the whole term. And there is a lot of Islamophobia. It's underplayed a lot, but there is a lot of anti-Semitism, as we know. The future of Israel, we're staying forever, buddy. We're staying forever. We're too important to, like I said, buddy, remember, if we talk about evangelical Christians, I think in America it could be 200 million. Over the world, probably 500 million, I don't know. Evangelical Christians are, you know this, Luke, APAC, a lot of, what's the one called? The Christians, Cunning, I think it's called, Christians, yeah. And these people will not let Israel falter. For them, it's like more important than life itself. And evangelical Christians in America are very powerful. They are very powerful, and they will not see Israel go under. I'm not saying they're a great love of the Jews. I'm not saying that. I think it's going to be like the Spanish Inquisition all over again. If things go the way they want, it's like convert or die. I don't know, but I'm still happy.
Let me ask you another question. Do you feel more comfortable in Israel or in England?
Oh, Israel completely.
Okay,
completely.
Interesting.
But Luke, that's me because I'm a bit mental. If I talk to a lot of Jews in England, they don't see it. Because remember, Luke's a lot of Jews pass as white, so no one really knows unless they've got the Perez or the yarmulke. No one really knows, or unless they're on a pro-Israeli march. So no one really goes up to someone and goes, "Oh, are you a Jew?" It doesn't really happen. But I know what you said. Go on.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. So, do you have any final words for today?
Thank you for having me on, guys. Please support Israel and the West. Judeo-Christian values are very important. I hope Europe remains Christian because that's how it was built. I would be heartbroken if Europe lose. I've heard this, Luke, just before I go. I want you to hear this. There's been still been protests about Easter celebrations in schools. That's disgusting. In an English school, you celebrate Christmas, Easter. Europe should remain Christian. Please, God, it does. It's best for all of us that it does. Please support that.
Okay, thanks, bro. Good to talk to you. Take care, man. Bye-bye. Okay, great. So I was having a lot of conversations with Grok about what's going on and getting analysis of this influential paper out of economist Stephen Miran. And so in November of 2024, he posted a long essay, A User's Guide to Restructuring the Global Trading System. And he thinks that America should reshape international trade and financial systems and address imbalances tied to the US dollar's status as the world's reserve currency. And this paper has caught journalists' attention because it aligns with President Trump's re-election and his longstanding rhetoric on trade fairness, and it offers a technical framework for Trump's tariff-heavy agenda. And so he argues that the dollar's overvaluation, driven by its role as the world's reserve currency, creates persistent trade deficits.
We can't afford not to have tariffs. We created a monster in China. They dumped cheap products here. 5 American presidents helped dig us into this trade deficit hole that we currently find ourselves in, and only one, Donald Trump, had the guts to try to dig us out.
If, as the president says, they end up making products in America, then they're not going to be tariffed.
But most pundits are highly critical.
Donald Trump is single-handedly, unilaterally, and for no reason, plunging America into economic crisis.
Donald Trump's secret is out. Tariffs are a tax on American consumers only.
Let there be no doubt about this. The president said today a whole load of economic nonsense. Things that we know simply will not happen.
Joining us now to analyze the coverage, Ben Domenech, editor.
Okay, so Stephen Miran, he's the economist that getting a ton of media attention right now. He seems to be the big brain behind Trump's policies. And here he is interviewed on Fox Business 2 days ago.
Now, it's complex because tariff rates are straightforward, but there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of regulations, rules, currency policies, intellectual property theft, market access requirements, and other things that allow other countries to keep our exports out and avoid being reciprocal and fair in trade and prevent trade from balancing. Now, what the president decided to do was to settle on a method that used trade deficits to proxy for all of these different trade interventions, and that includes tariffs, non-tariff barriers, currency policies, currency manipulation, intellectual property theft.
So I'm sure Trump wants to arrive at some trade deals. I'm sure he wants to declare victory and arrive at a whole bunch of trade deals. That's his modus operandi.
And when he made that decision, the White House staff calculated the tariffs that would be consistent with conceptualizing other countries' trade barriers as a single tariff rate, and that's pretty much happened.
Yeah, and I love that you laid it out this way. I know there's a lot of hand-wringing over it, but the word I heard more than as much as tariffs in the last 2 months is uncertainty. Well, this is certainty. Whether you like it or not out there, we've got a blueprint. We know where the White House is coming from. But I also want to go to the origins.
So all the conventional media accounts say there's no way that Apple can shift most of its manufacturing of the iPhone, for example, to the United States.Maybe that's true, maybe it's not.
This with respect to the essay that you wrote last November, sort of what was the user's guide to restructuring the global trading system, and a lot of people believe this is part of the blueprint. And I want to just go through a couple of lines to get some feedback from you, because let's start with the dollar, for instance. A lot of pushback, the dollar being overvalued. Many pundits bristle when you suggest, or anyone suggests, that the dollar should be weaker. Explain this one to the audience, and is there a sweet spot for the dollar?
Yeah, sure. So let me be clear that, we're not following anything that I wrote in November that predated my nomination to the position I'm now in. The president is the one who decided that tariffs should be set in a reciprocal and fair manner that address the distortions in markets that other countries have used to prevent our products from entering.
So there are substantial differences between this Trump announcement on tariffs and what this economist, Stephen Miran, recommended. Miran recommended gradually introducing and amping up tariffs to reduce the chances of turmoil on Wall Street. And that is not the policy that Trump has followed.
During their markets. It's nothing that I wrote out. It's the president's ideas. With respect to the dollar, I don't think that there's anything, sort of surreptitious or untoward going on there. The president is focused on tariffs. He couldn't have been clearer that he's been focused on tariffs since he got into office, and that remains to be the focus of the entire team.
All right. And also, though, in the paper, in this particular...
So one thing that I hear a lot in discussions about this Donald Trump term is that he wants to do big things. And when you want to do big things, right, that has a big upside, often a big downside. George W. Bush, he wanted to do big things. He wanted to completely remake the Middle East. But George W. Bush and his big things, they came out of very lazy calculations and based on fairly recent thinking. So one thing to say about Donald Trump's approach to tariffs is that he has had this perspective for about 4 decades, right? George W. Bush did not have a perspective for 4 decades about remaking the Middle East. In fact, he even campaigned against that during the year 2000 election. He only seized on that after the 9/11 attacks. And of course, George W. Bush's attempt to remake the Middle East was an absolute disaster.
You did say that tariffs don't have to be inflationary. Explain that.
Yeah, so the reason why I don't think tariffs are inflationary at all is because traditional economic analysis, what economists call incidence analysis, argues that the more inflexible party bears the burden of any policy, whether it's a tariff, a tax, a subsidy, anything at all.
Yeah, I think that is a vitally important insight. The more inflexible party will bear the burden of a tariff. But that's true for interpersonal relations, right? The less flexible you are, the more likely you are to bear the burden of interactions. And so it's true interpersonally. It's also true with international economics. And consumers undoubtedly, overwhelmingly, will have far more flexibility and elasticity than manufacturers.
And we're very flexible. We can substitute into home production. We can substitute among different exporting countries, whereas other countries are much more inflexible because they've organized their entire economies around exporting to the American consumer. There is no substitute for the American consumer. That gives.
This is a great point. I don't think it's received enough attention in the mainstream media. We have all sorts of countries and all sorts of international companies that have built themselves around exporting to America. They undoubtedly, clearly, have far less flexibility than American consumers. And so these tariffs will undoubtedly hit these other countries and other companies much harder than they will hit American consumers.
Gives us the leverage and means that ultimately, in the long run, they'll bear the burden of the tax. What that means is no material price increases for Americans in the long run.
And a question in the chat, do Jews want a Torah theocracy? So, in theory, Haredi Jews want a Torah theocracy. They want Israel run on the basis of Jewish law. I would say in practical effect, 95% of Jews in Israel do not want a theocracy.
Now, you did note, and many people have, that manufacturing employment, obviously, overall, as a percentage of employment and overall employment has come down dramatically.
So there was a great book that was published in 1966 by a sociologist with the title something like Religion in a Secular World. And the world around us is getting more secular day by day, meaning that the culture around us is becoming more secular day by day. And so even if you are an Orthodox Jew, even if you're a traditional Orthodox Jew, the water in which you swim increasingly turns to secular explanations. So let's say you are a religious, observant Orthodox Jew who prays 3 times a day and keeps strict kosher and keeps the Sabbath. All right. Still, if there's an earthquake or a flood, in all likelihood, you won't account for that natural disturbance as, oh, this is God's will, right? You'll most naturally think about it in terms of movement of tectonic plates and other naturalistic explanations, because that's the water in which we swim. So all sorts of people who appear super religious because they dress in a religious way and they have some very strict forms of observance, still much of their cognitive mindset is shaped and affected by the increasingly secular worldview of the society in which they live. And so even Orthodox Jews will account for all sorts of phenomena now in purely naturalistic terms rather than in the God-centered terms that their ancestors might well have thought of it.
The question, though, many have is why the focus for the administration on manufacturing when it feels like robots are doing all the work anyway?
Yeah, so manufacturing is important for a couple of reasons. One, it's important for economic purposes because the manufacturing jobs are good jobs, they're high-paying jobs, they're solid jobs, and in addition to that, manufacturing creates real knowledge spillovers that accelerate innovation. This is something that economists call industrial ecologies and agglomeration effects. Now, manufacturing is also super important for national security purposes, right? We have trouble, supplying.
So I notice a lot of dissidents on the right have developed the attitude that all white-collar jobs are scams. And what happens is that people realize that the media and elites have been lying to them about something such as group differences. And then very quickly, they start thinking that elites are lying to them about everything. And so I certainly don't believe that all white-collar jobs or even most white-collar jobs are scams. My natural instinct is not to think that service-level jobs are in any way inferior to manufacturing jobs. So this presentation here by Stephen Miran goes very much against my own natural instincts. Right? He's saying that there is a superior quality to manufacturing jobs.
Supplying others who are fighting wars in other parts of the world right now. Should we run into a real national security threat, we need to be absolutely sure that we have the industrial capacity to defend ourselves. That means our industrial base has to be sufficiently healthy.
Okay, I get that argument, all right, that we should align economic policy on the basis of the national interest, on what's best for Americans, not necessarily what's best for GDP growth. And I've realized over the past few years that there is one political ideology that has been consistently right about almost everything, with the exception of the 1991 Gulf War. Right? I supported the 1991 Gulf War. Looking back, I support the actions of the George H.W. Bush administration bringing together an international coalition to kick Iraq out of Kuwait. I think that was a good thing. But aside from that, it seems to me that paleocons have been right about almost everything. And paleocons are very much on board with this protectionist agenda. So I don't normally think of myself as terribly partisan, but there is one ideology that is just consistently right and that I consistently feel aligned with. And if you push me and say, hey, you must align with one political philosophy, I would have to go with paleocons. And paleocons are on board with this protectionist policy. And I remember that feeling of vulnerability during the early weeks of COVID in particular, when I realized how much we rely on global supply chains. And I think millions of Americans decided we are overly reliant on global supply chains, that we should not depend upon China to produce all of our PPE and all of our pharmaceuticals, that we need to realign our manufacturing base in alignment with our national interest.
And sufficiently deep that we can produce whatever war material we need, should we need it.
Globalists are wondering why anyone would fret that the U.S. is losing. We're 26% of the global GDP. We're only 4% of global population now.
So I think 10, 15 years ago, we were 21% of the world's GDP. Yeah, so see, in 2010, I think we were 21% of the world's GDP. Now we're 26. So the United States, compared to the rest of the world, has been growing dramatically.
I will note that it wasn't long ago we were 40% of global GDP, so we're certainly heading in the wrong direction, but they say, why not enjoy where we are?
Yeah, so look, I mean, I think the example from COVID is really instructive. During COVID, we were reliant on China for, sort of for medical equipment, for protective gear, for medical workers, for things like face masks.
Right. How is this not a strong argument? Right. This guy is repeatedly making strong arguments. Obviously, it doesn't automatically mean he's right about everything. And Donald Trump is not 100% implementing his plan. But how is this not a strong argument for a realignment of the American economy?
And the pharmaceutical supply chain that fed into the vaccines that we produced, all of that supply chain was reliant in one way or another on China, and that was an emergency. And if China had been more hostile at that point, we wouldn't have had any of it, right? And now imagine a real conflict with China develops and that supply chain goes away. You need to be able to be sure from a security perspective that...
So on the one hand, right, it feels like Trump is aligning with realists as opposed to those who primarily live by economic models. Right, there's a difference between the map and the territory. The Trump side would say Trump is aligned with the territory. His critics are aligned with the map.
Things that are absolutely critical to the functioning of the economy in an emergency can be produced here.
I want to get back, though, to the notion that this may be anti-capitalism, right? A lot of folks say, for instance, Forbes just came out with a billionaire list, over 3,000. More and more come from different countries outside of the United States, that we should be proud of that we should take it as a badge of courage. Is there some way, though, to argue that the ascent of all of these other places, to some degree, it's coming at the expense of Americans?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think you have to go back to the argument for why globalization was allowed to grow in such a manner to begin with. And if you think back to the Democrats, the Clinton administration letting China into the WTO, we were told that we'd have lots of cheap goods because China can, sort of bring prices down. But then, if you look at real wages, what happened is they pretty much went sideways for 14 years. So any advances that we made from cheaper goods, were offset by lack of growth in real incomes. And that led to stagnation for consumers, even in the price of cheaper goods. And that's very substantial. So we have to sort of sit back and say, okay, what did we really get from globalization? What are the real costs that it's imposing on us and the risks that it's imposing on us given the changing national security landscape, and then reevaluate the entire program.
All right, so let's fast forward to where we are now. Obviously, there's some saber rattling out there. I want to get your thoughts because April 9th could be a long ways from here, right? I know there's got to be negotiations going on. What do you think will happen? More retaliation, or should we expect some of these countries to come forward and offer make offers of free trade, a real fair trade?
Well, I'll tell you, I certainly hope they do. The president's been clear that retaliation can be met with even higher tariff rates. So my advice to any foreign leaders, if of interest, would be take a breath, don't retaliate. Instead, we should recognize that President Trump is famous for his negotiation skills, and he's someone who's been able to create deals where nobody else thought they were even possible. Time and again, he pulls a deal out of a hat, and it's...
Okay, so Donald Trump does not have some sterling negotiation record. He does not have some sterling record as a business titan. All right, his business track record is mixed. All right, he would have been better off simply investing the money that he got from his father.
And nobody thought it could be done. So my advice to anyone would be, sort of think about what you can offer America that would persuade President Trump. He will ultimately be the one making those decisions.
And before I let you go, there's this sort of talk out there that the administration is trying for what they call autarky, which is sort of where a country is insulated. They do everything for themselves inside their own borders, and then they.
Okay, a quote in the chat where goods cross border, soldiers do not. Not true. For example, before World War I, England's number one trading partner was Germany. Germany's number one trading partner was England. Right? Their goods were crossing those borders all the time, and yet they both went to war with each other.
They sort of point at North Korea as being an example of this, and obviously I think it's really dumb to even sort of compare us to North Korea. But the bottom line, would the message from the administration be that you do embrace trade, you just want it to be free and fair?
Yeah, that would be my message, is that we want free and fair and reciprocal trade. And if other countries had taken the opportunity of recent decades or even recent years to improve the terms that they offer American companies and American products and started to rectify their trade balances, none of this need have happened, right? They have had plenty of opportunities to open their markets and do the right thing, and time after time they refuse and they don't do it. So I would say that, we're not opposed to...
Okay, let's get some Glenn Greenwald and John Mearsheimer. I asked Grok for examples of pundits whose number one agenda is not self-advancement, right? Normally when I listen to a pundit, it seems like their primary message is, you should listen to me, right? And the exception to that Grok named was Glenn Greenwald.
About negative reactions from the public, doesn't care about negative reactions from the media. He feels like he got a mandate. He's going to do what he wants, and that's what he's setting out to do. And so I guess on one level, he seems to be in charge. It seems like he is determined to make sure that his will is carried out a lot more so than in the first time, where I think there was a lot of sabotage, kind of undermining around him. This time he seems to really have had a plan, or people with him did, to make sure that everything that happens is because he wants it to happen. So what do you think accounts for that change? Like, why did he get into office right away and start bombing Yemen and giving the Israelis the green light to go wild, even wilder than they were before, and now threatening Iran with some sort of annihilation if they don't give the kind of deal that he wants on nuclear weapons?
Let me answer that, Glenn, by making a general point about Trump and then specifically answering your question. I think that in his first term, he was not a radical president. I think that he pursued one radical policy, and that was that he drastically altered our policy toward China. He abandoned engagement with China, and he pursued containment. That was the one, I think, radical shift in policy, both foreign and domestic, that took place in his first term. And as many people have said, and Trump himself has acknowledged, the deep state basically boxed him in.
So one thing that jumps out to me about Donald Trump is that he's not primarily led by ideology, and he primarily sees other people as instruments. So I don't think Trump cares that much about Israel, for example, but he recognizes how support for Israel may be important for his own power and his own agenda.
Much the way it boxed Obama in. When he came into office this time, I think because he had had 4 years to really think about it and think about how to deal with this issue, he came in with the thought in mind that he was going to get his way. And I think you see this, by the way, in the people that he has relied on to execute.
So just a side thought, and that is there's absolutely no connection between punditry success and podcasting success and live streaming success and being right. Right? I would humbly present to you that this show has been more right than any other show of which I'm aware. So upon Trump's first term, his first electoral win, and even before he won, I said Trump will accomplish some of what he set forward. And so a lot of people got very disillusioned with Trump because he didn't accomplish as much as they hoped. And I didn't get disillusioned with Trump to the same extent as many other people. I kept an open mind that there might be some strong arguments for social distancing during the early months of COVID. And so the people, for example, who championed America invading Afghanistan in 2002 and invading Iraq in 2003, they paid no price. Right? People achieve success in this space, in the space of punditry and live streaming and podcasting, on the basis of being interesting and on the basis of serving the needs of the consumer, right, giving people what they want, they do not achieve success on the basis of being right. And those who championed all sorts of horrible policies, such as America invading and occupying Afghanistan and Iraq, they paid virtually no professional price for being so horribly, horribly wrong. And those who were opposed to the 2003 Iraq invasion, they received virtually no professional benefit. And so those pundits who said there was absolutely no chance that Donald Trump would win the Republican nomination or become president or would survive his first term, right? Or the pundits who were completely wrong about Donald Trump, they've paid virtually no price. And so even now, right now, there is an elite consensus among pundits that what Trump is doing with tariffs is just clearly 100% ineptitude and a disaster for the United States. These people have a track record of being consistently wrong about Donald Trump, and they paid zero professional price for consistently being wrong.
His policies. Elon Musk, for example, and Steve Witkoff. I think Musk is the key person, the key right-hand person for Trump on domestic policy, and Witkoff is the key right-hand person on foreign policy. Neither one of these individuals is part of the deep state. Neither one of these individuals is part of the Washington establishment. They're outsiders. They're Trump's buddies. They're the kind of people he can trust. He doesn't trust Marco Rubio and people of that sort. So what he did was he brought in his own team. And he set out to pursue a radical policy, both at the foreign level, foreign policy level, and at the domestic level. And if you just laundry list a lot of the policies, it becomes manifestly clear that that's the case. First of all, with regard to tariffs. Secondly, with regard to the whole notion of conquering territory, like Greenland, the Panama Canal. Third, with regard to transatlantic relations. Fourth, with regard to relations with Russia. Then if you switch down to the domestic level, his approach towards dealing with the judiciary, his approach towards dealing with the deep state, his approach toward dealing with immigration, and his interest in wrecking universities. These are truly radical policies across the board. You didn't see this the first time round, but this time he's unleashed the dogs, and he has lieutenants, again, Witkoff and Musk, who are working with him in this regard. So at a very general level, I would say you do not want to underestimate what a transformational president he intends to be. And given that he's just in the beginning of a 4-year term, one can only wonder what this is all going to look like 4 years from now. So that's my general point. My specific point is I don't understand what he's doing in the Middle East. I understand what he's doing with...
And I think the honest person has to say that. Right? The honest person has to say that if you're a big Trump fan or you're a big Trump hater, right, it's hard to understand what Trump is doing. And if you're unable to say that, you're not being honest.
With regard to Ukraine, I don't understand what he's doing with regard to the genocide. I don't understand what he's doing with regard to the Houthis. And I don't understand what he's doing with regard to Iran, because these are all losing policies. He would have been much smarter to force Netanyahu to stick to the ceasefire, which would have meant no fight with the Houthis, and he would have been much smarter to work out.
Makes sense. One might go and read your 2007 book called The Israel Lobby, because I do think, at least for me, my big concern throughout the 2024 campaign and then the election was, and I had a very similar idea toward as you did, which is that I thought
how powerful the lobby is. So there's no question that he's getting pressure there. I don't think Trump cares very much about the future of Israel.
Yes, this is key. Right? Trump doesn't care much about the future of Israel. Right? Trump has a pragmatic, instrumental view of Israel and pretty much everybody and every group in the world.
I think Trump is an America First president. I personally think what's going on here, I can't prove this, but my sense is that Trump is pursuing a radical agenda.
Right. So even if Trump is operating with policies that seem like very Israel first, seem very Zionist, it's not because Trump has some deep attachment to Zionism.
As I described. And there are a lot of very controversial issues at play on that agenda. And it does not make sense, given that agenda, for him to pick a fight with the lobby over Israel. It's just much easier to let the Israelis do what they want, make the lobby happy, don't get any flack from people in the lobby, and if anything, create a situation where the lobby supports you and it doesn't get in the way of pursuing your radical agenda.
Yeah, I think that's key, right? What Trump wants is the Israel lobby supporting him, and to get there, right, he's going to do pragmatic things. Right? I find Trump's war on American institutions just absolutely fascinating, because almost all of our institutions are in the hands of the left.
The law firm that employs Doug Emhoff, Kamala Harris's husband, has struck a deal to provide the Trump White House with $100 million in free services. Wilkie Farr and Gallagher, which also employs a top investigator for the House January 6th committee, is the latest law firm to avoid an executive.
Trump's behavior here looks unlawful. It looks thuggish. It looks bullying. But it also looks effective. And so I hated what happened on January 6th, but only recently did I have a bit of a rethink on January 6th, and I realized that the American right cannot allow the left to have a monopoly on street violence. So for decades, the American left, with forces like Black Lives Matter and Antifa, right, has essentially had a monopoly on street violence, on political protest in this country, and January 6th was such an anomaly because for the first time that I can remember, the right physically fought back.
Order from the president. Now, joining us from Chicago, Andy McCarthy, former federal prosecutor and Fox News contributor. Emhoff now.
Okay, I don't care what Andy McCarthy has to say, so I'm jumping out of that. All right, there is an argument for what Trump is doing. It's not just instinct, perhaps.
To be honest, given the current state of US-EU relations, it's hard to see even the Europeans signing up, as the offer of an American security umbrella isn't quite as tempting as it used to be.
Okay, what else have I got lined up here? I really like Tim Dillon's analysis.
Dipping, crashing, there's blood in the water, the tariffs have arrived. Donald Trump is putting tariffs on many countries to bring back manufacturing to America. It's a gambit. It's a risky gambit. We are primarily a podcasting-based economy. We are a hot take economy. We are an opinion-driven economy. We do not make anything anymore except takes. We are a grievance-based economy. We are a rage-based economy. And that is, we're shifting now, and it's painful, from an economy based on people's thoughts and feelings to an economy now hopefully based on people manufacturing things and going back to the factory. Get back in the factory is what Trump's hoping. He's hoping that people will walk back into the factories and start making stuff made in the USA. You know, they're proud. They work with their hands again. They get into it again. They get on that assembly line again. And I don't know. I mean, maybe that happens. I'm skeptical. I'm a little skeptical. But you know what? Maybe it happens. Maybe we learn to live with less. Maybe we learn to live with less. We don't need all these things. We instead of all these things that are cheap, you get a job in a factory and you work there all day, every day. And you have camaraderie with the other workers at the factory. That's the hope here. The softball team and the cookout and the block party. And we bring America back. That's the hope. The hope is that you work all day at the factory and then you have friends there and you all go together and raise your children and one of you coaches the team. And then it's that America we all read about and hoped for, and none of us really ever lived in. But it comes back, and people are excited and have pride. I work at the factory, and I make the stuff, and the stuff is good, and we derive a sense of national pride from that. And you don't have a million cars. You have one car that the family uses, and everyone has to decide who gets the car when, because you're not going to afford a car anymore. You get one car for the family of 6 or 7 people. Grandpa, grandma, mom, dad, the 3 kids. You have one vehicle. You have one TV. It goes.
This is great. That's brilliant analysis. We're shifting from a podcasting economy to a manufacturing economy. Oh, I love it. All right, let's get Michael back onto the show. Michael, what's going on, bro?
Not much. How are you, 40?
I'm great. Good to see you, man.
So, yeah, that was a funny take. I like that too. Podcast economy. Who is that guy?
Tim Dillon. He's a comic, and he's really good.
So I am on board with the tariffs. I found a take, speaking of takes, on Twitter about this from a kind of random anonymous account, if I can read it to you.
Please.
The cancer of our non-productive consumer import society fueled by credit has eaten away at the lower middle and middle class to an unprecedented degree, and the imminent bankruptcy and perpetual debt of the government is the path to the third world. Common sense dictates that if you buy more than you produce, and when what you produce doesn't add to your security, you will eventually go bankrupt.
Okay, so how much confidence do you have that Trump is doing the right thing? Are you 100% confident?
I mean, I think you just have to define the right thing. I think it's something that needs to be tried. Let's put it that way. And just based on the facts on the ground right now, I think it's the correct thing to do, even though, as you've been saying, it runs so counter to elite opinion. I mean, like what I just read, it's just kind of common sense that if you have a trade deficit, you need to address that. You can't just be in a trade deficit perpetually. So I think it's worth a try, and it needs to be tried for years as well. So it's like a long-term project.
It's absolutely intellectually fascinating, is it not, that close to 100% of the elite opinion on this is that Trump's policy is deranged, right? There is almost zero elite support for Trump's policies. It's so rare that expert consensus is pretty much close to 100% that Trump is wrong. I can't think of any other major move where the elite consensus was 100% that this major move is a disaster.
Yeah, it's crazy. And, you know, you can say maybe they have some kind of conflict of interest, or, you know, if you're in the mainstream media, then just hands down, everybody is against it. And then you'd have to look for more independent voices. Historically, Pat Buchanan has always been in favor of tariffs. And so Trump is advocating a lot of things that Buchanan wrote about decades ago. And even in 2012, when Trump was kind of toying with the idea of running, he was talking about tariffs. And I found that so interesting in 2012 that he had a completely different approach. And Romney is and was the polar opposite. He was Mr. Free Markets, even though he had some good ideas too. So it's very cool to see him finally implementing something that's been discussed just in theory, and something that to me just makes intuitive sense.
And Trump was advocating for tariffs as far back as the 1980s. I mean, he has been consistent about this as long as he's been making public pronouncements. This isn't some fly-by-night thing that he just recently converted to.
Yeah, exactly. He's been very consistent on it, and he's not going to change his mind. Look at China. In 2024, we had a $300 billion trade deficit, $295 million with China. How is that acceptable? How could you not seek to address that? And so we slapped on a 34% tariff on China imports, and then China had the audacity to retaliate against us and put a 34% tariff on our imports. Can you believe China?
Well, I just read a fascinating analysis in the Wall Street Journal, and let me just share it with you. And one thing that does jump out to me about Donald Trump, and Jack Schaefer commented on it in 2016, but he used terminology about from Air Force pilots that there's a particular term for very quick reactions. And Jack Schaefer was commenting on Donald Trump is seizing our attention because he has quicker reactions than any other politician. That as soon as something happens, such as the San Bernardino terror attack, he just came out very quickly with, we need to pause Muslim immigration to this country till we figure out what the hell is going on. Like no other presidential candidate would have come up with that. No one else would have come up with that. It's just amazing that Trump would have these incredibly nimble approaches, and here's some analysis from the Wall Street Journal. Key reason for Beijing's defensive posture is that they don't want to be seen as over earnest. They don't want to engage too soon. They don't want to risk looking weak. And Trump's latest tariff moves exceed Beijing's estimates. And this is the key part. The Chinese political system isn't built to nimbly respond to a leader like Trump. I don't think it's just the Chinese political system. I'm not aware of any political system, including the American political system, built to nimbly respond to a leader like Trump. So the Wall Street Journal says Chinese leaders rely heavily on established ways to engage with the outside world, including through back-channeling with adversaries. But that sentence, let me just repeat it. The Chinese political system isn't built to nimbly respond to a leader like Trump. I can't think off the top of my head any political system in the world that is built to nimbly respond to a leader like Trump. I can't think of any leader like Trump in the nimbleness of his moves. The agility of this guy is astonishing. Any thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the same thing with how he deals with the Russia-Ukraine war. He just came in and did a complete 180. He never said anything bad about Putin after we've demonized him 4 years, and he completely changed the conversation. So that's a similar approach to how he approached the tariffs, which is he just kind of acted very swiftly and changed the entire conversation. And in both cases, 100% of the media says he's wrong, he's uninformed, and here's why he's wrong. But they're both kind of populist issues. The Ukraine war just defies common sense of the common man. And likewise, the trade situation defies common sense, even though everyone tells us differently. I have a good scoop here that this is kind of funny. This is from CNN. Quote, CNN is quoting an ally to President Trump in their article. Quote, "It didn't help they tariffed islands with no people and no exports," one ally to the president said. So we put a tariff on an island with no people on it, but I'm still in favor of that.
Yeah, like Trump, this is what comes along with making very swift moves, is that you will say and do a lot of boneheaded things. So the most important question for me is not, are you saying and doing boneheaded things? The most important question for me is, overall, are the agile moves that you are making to the advantage of the American people? So, yeah, Trump says and does a lot of ridiculous things, but that is the price that you pay for moving nimbly. For example, when you are giving a speech, you can be much more precise with your language if you read your speech, but a speech that is read is not as compelling to listen to as a spontaneous conversation. And what makes Trump so compelling a public speaker is not when he's reading a speech, but when he's riffing. But when you riff, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. And when you are moving very quickly, and when you are open to changing course rapidly, you'll inevitably say and do some boneheaded things. Any thoughts?
Yes, exactly. The approach has been the same to immigration, like he was deporting Trende Aragua, and he accidentally deported someone from MS-13. And so the media was very offended by that how could you make such a mistake as to deport an innocent MS-13 member? So now they have to clean that up. But
okay, back to this fascinating here Wall Street Journal article. So apparently, the current Chinese ambassador to Washington has tried to engage with Trump advisor Elon Musk. Beijing hoped that Elon Musk would help counterbalance the China hardliners on Trump's team, and other American business leaders, such as Wall Street financiers that Chinese leaders had previously turned to in periods of trouble. They now see little upside in acting as a go-between for Beijing, Who wants that role, said a senior American executive. No one. So Beijing is absolutely thrown by the rapidity of Trump's actions. And here's further commentary from the Wall Street Journal. Beijing's inability to think beyond formal diplomatic protocol has proven to be a mismatch with the Trump team willing to engage only with those closest to Xi. And so to me, what's most important about this is not just what it's saying explicitly about China, but this is true about life in general. All right, protocols are great. All right, I'm glad that surgeons and airline pilots and all sorts of other industries operate on the basis of protocol. But there's no magic key to the world. And people who become overly reliant on protocol will get thrown by changes in situation. And so China, like I think every political system of which I'm aware, is heavily dependent on formal protocols. And now you've got a leader who moves at the speed of Trump. And China's just absolutely thrown. And you see this in daily life. People who depend on protocols, and then they are thrown into a tumultuous situation that's just completely without precedent in their own personal life history, and they are just completely thrown. Any thoughts?
Yes. But to be a little balanced, I know that your opinion previously was that Trump is really shooting from the hip on the tariffs, and it was just kind of unnecessary and gratuitously shaking up the markets. I think that he helped himself a little bit by clarifying. He had that event, and he made a chart, and it showed the tariffs that other countries have on us and what we're going to respond with. And some people said the chart was wrong, but, it was a chart that he made. And I think since then, I feel better about it. And a lot of people on X are like, "Oh, hey, boomer! Oh, you don't like that your stocks are going down," and I don't sign on to that 100%. Like, if you have no care about the stock market at all, that kind of means like you're a loser, like you're a marginalized loser. So I don't want the stock market to tank, but if it can be temporary, I'm not like playing the stock market, but yeah, I have in theory, I have investments that need to materialize at some point in the indeterminate future. So hopefully we found a right balance of shooting from the hip and giving a little stability.
So one of my least popular perspectives is my extreme skepticism of betrayal. So I posit that betrayal is the hyperbolic emotional term that we use for when other people don't have the priorities that we expect. And we usually have too much expectation that we have greater importance to other people than we really do. And China, for example, was absolutely thrown here, that they were just unnerved, according to this Wall Street Journal article, that they expect that China would be a primary focus for Trump in his first 2 months, and that it was not, was just unnerving. And people in general are unnerved when they realize that they don't have as much importance to other people as they expected. So many employees have a vast overestimation of their own importance, and many spouses have a vast overestimation of their own importance to their spouse. And it's just a normal, natural part of the human condition to think that we're the center of the universe, but then it results in humiliation if you then carry on with other people as though you are much more important to them than you really are. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on this general topic of overestimating our own importance to others. Okay.
I do. I think it's a good way to kind of keep yourself in check when you're about to get upset with somebody and you say, let me put things in perspective in terms of relationships, and then you can apply that to international politics, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how China feels. I just think it's crazy that we output all our factories there, and I've always been of that opinion, even though, as you say, it's unorthodox, and we'll see how it plays out. How long do you think we need until we can say whether this worked or not? Because I really don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I just had a different train of thought that I want to pursue a little bit more. So I like the metaphor of life as a spiral staircase. and that there are 4 different situations in life, that we're always in one of them, and we are never foreclosed from the possibility of entering another one. So the 4 situations that we're always in life is 1, feeling lonely, right? Feeling small in a big world. That at any point that can hit us. And so I got quite teary a few weeks ago because I hit that space. Another situation in life that we inevitably enter into is a sense of mastery. We develop skills. Then as we develop our skills and we develop a sense of mastery, we inevitably enter a situation of grandiosity where we overestimate our own importance, and there's no way of foreclosing that. We will inevitably have grandiose situations in our life, and then the 4th situation that we will be in inevitably at times is just complete helplessness. So how the heck does this apply? China, right? I think China thought it was much more of a master of its own situation than it really was. Oh, it reminds me of my own life. I've often felt grandiose, and then just one thing that was operating as a foundation for my life, a friendship, a romantic relationship, a job, a source of income, a belonging to a particular social group. One brick in my foundation will get taken away, and I would go from grandiosity to feeling small in a big world just overnight. And so often we think we've got it together, and then one little brick in our foundation gets taken away. And I think China believed it had much more mastery of its situation vis-a-vis the United States than it really did. Anything that I just said, Michael, that you want to comment on?
I say good. I think if we're going to have a trade war with China, we can't lose that. We're in the whole $300 billion. So any way to shake up that relationship is a good thing. Hey, have you seen the very abrupt change of topic, if it's all right, real quick, and then I'll sign off. Yep. Did you happen to see the Bob Dylan biopic, Complete Unknown?
No.
Okay, I think it's great, and I commend it to you and your viewers. It focuses on Dylan's decision to go electric at the Newport Folk Festival. Remember how that was a big controversy?
Yes.
Or maybe you read about it?
I read Steve Saylor's review of it. So.
Okay. So at any rate, speaking of betrayal, the whole idea was that Dylan betrayed the folk rock movement when he expanded his sound and changed his sound. And you can't really fault him for that because he wants to grow as an artist and he wants to experiment with different sounds. Sorry about that background noise.
That's fine.
But what I realized is that he was playing at the Newport Folk Festival. It's literally called the Folk Festival. So why did he insist on playing with a full band when the stated purpose is to showcase folk music? Doesn't that kind of put a different spin on it?
It does, but also violating rules and norms and protocols is sometimes the path to success. Normally it is not, but sometimes, particularly with athletes and with artists, being a jerk is essential to being great. That as an athlete, you may have to psych yourself up by believing all sorts of ridiculous things. And as an artist, sometimes you have to say F you to normal, acceptable behavior to enter a different realm where by freeing yourself of expectations, you then explore things and you then do things that would not have been possible for you if you'd been polite. So overwhelmingly, I think following protocol and being polite is the best way to go, but there are exceptions. And I think perhaps for many artists such as Bob Dylan, saying F you, being impolite, violating protocols is necessary to free themselves of expectations so that they can then do things that are unprecedented. And so a lot of their behavior that is rude and is immoral on an objective basis, it also then serves as a catalyst for production of artistic achievement that would otherwise not be possible.
That's definitely the light that it was shown in the film. which is that he was almost being deliberately provocative, but ultimately that music that he created, it was the album Highway 61 Revisited, was, you know, some of the best Dylan music. So you can't really argue with that. Like a Rolling Stone, for example, has the full band electric guitar, has the organ in the background. So it's portrayed pretty heroically in the film. And Johnny Cash says, hey, you got to track some mud on the floor and just shake things up. Dillon himself is played by Timothy Chalamet, and he's portrayed as a little bit abrasive, but kind of just a chill guy, like a little bit arrogant, but with a sense of humor and a sense of humor about himself. So anyway, but yeah, definitely comes from the folk music scene in New York City in the 1960s and was like a legend in that movement, but then just kind of moved on, like you said, for the sake of creating great art. So yeah, check that one out. I've been watching that the last couple of days, so I thought Do you like Bob Dylan, by the way?
I don't care for him. So yeah.
I do. I've always appreciated Bob Dylan, and I'm not particularly a fan of folk music, you know, but I think he transcends that particular type of music, and that's why Bob Dylan's music is timeless. And of course, that was before my time, that when he was really famous, but I can still appreciate it. And as an artist, you know, his music was culturally relevant to the 1960s, but it's not like he was making a political statement in particular, like a partisan kind of message with his song. For example, The Times They Are A-Changin' is, so that means 1960s civil rights movement. That means the anti-war, anti-Vietnam War movement. It kind of fit into that, but every generation you can say the times are a-changing. So a lot of 1960s music I don't like because it comes off as very pompous and self-righteous. But for me, Dylan's music still sounds very good, even decades later.
Yeah, I just one thing, he doesn't have a very good singing voice.
That's funny. Well, and I have strong feelings on that too. Again, Timothy Chalamet, he sings everything live in the movie. Not only does he sing it himself, but he sings it live, and he sounds great. And that's tough to pull off, because how do you not do like a Bob Dylan impersonation? But rather, he's just singing it, and he sounds in his own right. But it's very much sounds like Bob Dylan. I think Bob Dylan has a good voice. I think he's a great artist.
I love his song "Knocking on Heaven's Door." Right, that song that hits me.
I like the Guns N' Roses remake of that song.
Oh, I'll have to check
40.
that out.
Yeah, 40. Come on, God. But anyway,
okay.
All right, man. It was fun being on. Thanks, 40.
Yep. Take care. Oh man, we had Kip lined up to go, but he just dropped out, and I had a thought that would forever change your life, and I lost it. But I hope we'll get that thought back. Maybe we'll even get Kipper, the Kip Man, back.
So what the president has done has decided that other countries are going to pay a tariff similar to the totality of trade effects they impose upon our exports, and there's a 10% floor on that. And so it could be 10% or it could be higher. But the president campaigned on, the president promised to make trade fairer for Americans. He promised to make American workers on fairer ground vis-a-vis the rest of the world, and he's doing that.
So I was going to ask you, China at the top of the list.
So one painful thing that I learned in life is that people are really good at finding your weak points. And they just naturally attune to your weak points, and they just naturally attune to pushing on them. It's true for romantic relationships, and it's true for whenever you are hurting someone else, right? They are great at pushing back and pushing on your weak points. And then when you transform your weak points so that they're no longer weak points, then people just move on to something else. So, for example, when I was converting to Judaism, I had tremendous fear and insecurity. I gave off this vibe of the beaten homeless dog. And people then, when I bothered them, or just when they thought it was fun, they treated me like a beaten homeless dog, and they, beat me down, not physically, but socially and psychologically, because I was just giving that vibe. I was inviting being treated like a homeless, beaten dog. I was just very, very twitchy, very anxious, very afraid, very insecure, and I invited bad treatment. And nation states also have their weaknesses, and their opponents and their rivals are very good at picking on their weaknesses. And I think in part that Trump's China policies are noting China's weaknesses and then jumping on them. Okay, we got Kip back on the show. What's going on, man?
Hey, man, not too much. I just, this week was the week that, well, since you stopped having shows, I figured I'd rededicate myself to something. So I went back in the pool about 4 or 5 days ago and been doing 1 a days and 2 a days in the pool. So that was good, but it didn't come without a cost. I ended up, kind of bumping into a deer. I don't know what you call it when it happened at 28 miles an hour. Is that a bump or a hit?
Oh, at 20, you in a car or on a motorbike?
And this time it was in my car.
Okay, that's a hit. And how much damage did it do to your car? How much damage did it do to you?
This Kia I was driving has one of those little, they call it a tiger grill. That's only about 4 inches wide and about 2 feet long. He cracked it, but it wasn't a strong enough impact for him to hit anything like the radiator or any of the guts behind it. You know what I'm saying?
My father had fear about the motor car because I think until he was old, my father never had a new car. So my father had a lifetime of dealing with secondhand wrecked cars that would, the brakes would stop functioning. So my father had a lot of automobile crashes. And one of the things that he taught me is that it's pretty much impossible to die if you're driving 35 miles an hour or less. I don't know if that's true, but it makes a great deal of sense to me. And it's something I've often felt as I get off the freeway and then my speed would come down from, say, 60 to 35 miles an hour. I would often get this sense of relief as like, at least I will no longer die. And my father was also good in being my teacher in that he just sat in the car and he didn't give me instruction unless I asked for it. And so that was really chill. But another thing that my father did teach me is think about how much it hurts when you get up to go to the toilet in the middle of the night and you bump into a door or you bump into a wall and you're only going about 2 miles an hour, but you hit that door. It really hurts. I mean, I was texting and I walked just full steam into glass. All right. I mean, I smacked my head. I had a big nasty lump for a few days this week because I was going probably 3 miles an hour, but that hurt like the dickens. So my father would make the point, the pain smacking into something when you're walking 3 miles an hour, just imagine the pain then at 20, 50, 80 miles an hour. Back to you, Kip.
Yeah. And Desmond was, he was probably mostly right about that 35 miles an hour. But if someone in the oncoming lane is going 70, you kind of lose the battle of E equals MC square. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I guess it's not totally foolproof, his idea. But yeah, I was probably going, because it was in an S curve. I tell you the mistake I made is it was in daylight and I was going around little S curve. And because there was nobody coming in the oncoming lane, I kind of cheated. I cheated to
Yes.
try to straighten out the curve a little bit the way you'll do.
Yes.
But had I stayed in the right-hand lane the way I should have, I would have seen the deer popping up over the hill. Does that make sense?
Yep.
But because I had cheated off into the left lane, that deer surprised me and my dogs, because it was just in our lap all of a sudden. But we weren't going that fast. I got out to pick up the pieces of my grill, and that deer, I could see the deer's hoof skid marks were about 4 feet, and then it gathered itself and ran off. So I don't think any permanent damage was done to the deer or whatever. But and it's one of those damn things to where what's a real cost? It damn sure ain't going to be more than whatever your deductible is, you know.
Okay.
So
What else? Let's move on from that. What else you got for me?
I wanted to bitch a little bit about something called the CBC tournament that decided to come in and compete with the NIT tournament. Have you got a minute for me to talk about Uncle Ted's surrogate activities? But yeah, I don't know, man. The NIT used to mean something. I don't know if you know, but back in the day.
Yeah, I watched the NIT. Like, there were good games in the NIT.
It used to be the big tournament. And then the NCAA tournament became the big tournament, and the NIT kind of took a second stage, right? It was sort of the best of the rest. And then, you know, as everything seemed like COVID was used as an excuse to start giving bad service, and the good service never came back. But somewhere during the time of COVID, the payoff for the NIT was whoever made the Final Four. 32 team field, 5 rounds total. But after 3 rounds, the 4 teams that are left would go to Madison Square Garden, New York City. That would be something. You know, that would be something someone could remember or whatever. But oh no, here come COVID. And they moved it to something called Hinkle Fieldhouse in Indianapolis for the Final Four event, which is the place where they filmed the movie Hoosiers. Do you remember that movie Hoosiers?
Yes.
Hoosiers?
Yes.
Okay. So at least you kind of know the place. But my bitch is really, a couple of years ago, here comes something called a CBI tournament. And then came another one called a CIT tournament. And what these initial extra little postseason tournaments were doing, where they were taking like what you call the mid-major schools and giving them an outlet to kind of show their stuff at the end of the year, play for a trophy, you know, because maybe they had 22 wins, but they weren't big enough to qualify for the big tournament. So anyway, getting me to the reason I'm calling. So my hometown school, the Chattanooga Mocs, show up at the NIT. And, you know, there were big schools there. Georgia Tech was there. Stanford was there. Oklahoma State was there. SMU and other schools were there. But as it worked out, they ended up playing other mid-majors all the way through the thing, you know, and they won the first 3 rounds. And instead of Madison Square Garden, they loaded up and went up to this Hinkle Fieldhouse in Indianapolis. And then they had to play another mid-major there in round 4, and they kicked their butt. And then they played another mid-major in round 5 and kicked their butt. The finals was against UC Irvine, just to give you an idea of the flavor. UC Irvine was like 32-6. Nothing wrong with UC Irvine. Don't get me wrong. They did what they needed to do. Georgia Tech and all those big schools weren't good enough to get through. You get what I'm saying? The mid-majors were better than them because they kicked their ass. But this leads me to it feels kind of cheapened. You know, they took the nets down. The hometown school won the tournament. You know, again, it's not the NCAA, but it's something. But the damn thing I feel was cheapened by this thing called a CBC tournament. That the people at Fox, they had these conference agreements with the Big Ten, the Big 8, the Big East, and the Big 12. And what they did is they said, You got to give us schools for our own postseason tournament, and we're going to have it in Vegas. You know, we're going to pull some corporate entities together, and we're going to make our own tournament to compete with the NIT. And I don't know. I feel like that's just sort of bullshit because it's sort of a commodification and taking, you know, the purity. What's left?
Wait, what purity? What purity and sacredness is headed to college athletics, bro?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What's left? You get what I'm saying? The transfer portal.
But there never was any purity or sacredness to college athletics.
I know. You being a UCLA John Wooden fan, I can understand where you're coming from because he bought his success. What was the friend of the team, Sam? What was his name that bought all the players for Wooden?
I don't know, but I would be surprised.
Quit, dog. But it was something.
Yeah.
But now, it's just another. It's
now.
What is
now
it?
let me move on. So you've been a Johnny One Note with regard to the American economy and how we've got no manufacturing base anymore, and America will lose its status as the world's reserve currency. Now, Trump made dramatic moves this week. What do you think about Trump's dramatic tariff moves?
I don't know. I'm not going to blow sunshine up your ass and tell you that I know what the cause and effect of this is. I don't. I'm more paying attention, Luke, to the sort of Mexican standoff that we're having now between, like, the banks are starting to lose 10, 15, maybe some of them 20%. Well, they're the ones who have a green phone to the president. Luke Ford don't have that. I don't have that personal line to the president, but they do. So at some point, I'm just worried that they're going to pick up the phone and tell the president about all the pain that they're feeling. And he's going to come up with some credit facilities and some, way to print money without printing money. It'll show up on the balance sheet. It'll show up in that $36.5 trillion worth of debt that we have. This is really what we need, Luke. We kind of need a cooling off period, but we don't need it to get so bad to where the people with the line to the president can tell him, okay, flip the dial back the other way. Because every time they flip the dial back the other way and start up all those special Fed processes, all it does is hurt you and me at Walmart. That is not reflected, and that isn't reflected in the stock market. It's reflected in the inflation that we pay. Because what's in the stock market, let's say you see your stocks go up double. Well, your stocks really haven't gone up double. They're just reflecting the fact that your dollar has only 50% of the purchasing power that it did, in the previous time that you had measured it. So
this is what's bothering me. The United States has revoked all visas for the South Sudanese, and this is not who we are, Kip. I mean, can you imagine we revoked all visas for the South Sudanese in our midst? Shocking.
Yeah, seems like a purpose punch doesn't make much sense, does it?
It just seems so racist.
Yeah.
I mean, the Sudanese are the very foundation of our economy and vibrant culture.
Right. I mean, they are. They
are who we are. They are the true Americans. They're the true Americans.
Yeah. What is that? Aristocrats? They are what's left of that aristocratic class. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But anyway.
America's an idea, and the South Sudanese embody that idea better than any other people.
They do. But I just wanted to steer back to that whole hitting the deer thing. On one level, I bring that on myself because it's the one thing I'm hyper conscious of. When I'm out here driving, I don't even drive at night. Because what I see is during the course. I don't know how it is where you live, but where I live, maybe you won't get rains for like 10 or 15 days, but then you'll get a hell of a rain, and it washes everything away. But in those 10 or 15 days, what I see is these dead deer splotches from where deers are run over, and eventually it turns brown, and eventually you don't notice as much. But then the rains come and wash it all away. But I pay attention to the fact that each time the rain comes, it seems to be washing 2 or 3 dead deer marks away. So it's just weird that I try to be on guard for this, but yet it's happened to me twice within the past 12 months. So isn't that funny? You kind of bring in the stuff sometimes that you're trying to repel.
Yeah. Well, I've got an explanation for you, Guy. According to studies, marijuana can slow your reaction time, impair judgment of distance, and decrease coordination.
Normally, I would say there's probably something to that, but I looked at the faces of my 3 dogs that were in the car with me. They were just as surprised as me to see that deer, because when we're driving down the highway, what they do is they do a good job of like spotting those deer or turkey or whatever it is off in the distance. And they'll tell me, and if I don't see it, I'll just kind of slow down because they're telling me something's out there. But we were all kind of caught off guard. And yeah, really the one thing, I don't think it was the marijuana. The one thing I should have done is been in that right lane, because the road just fell away. There was no shoulder there. But had I been on the right side of the road where I was supposed to be, and not been cutting the
Okay, enough on the deer. Enough on the deer. Let me ask you something else. So China is thrown by the nimbleness of Donald Trump, and a lot of people are thrown. And so I think we've all had real-world experience with people who are excellent when they follow protocol, but who are absolutely thrown when they're pushed into a situation for which they don't have a protocol. And I think this is true for the world right now. I think this is true for businesses right now. Billions of people around the world are essentially have been placed in a brand new situation for which there is not a protocol. And some people are simply not particularly nimble on their feet. Any thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, they're looking, who was it said, you can't find shade of the tree on a map. You got to go into the real world, in a non-map world. And right now we're in a situation that this has never been mapped out before, This is kind of like in 1492 when they thought they were going to find a shortcut, to China to get all those spices. And the whole time they were sitting around in the Caribbean, they thought they were on the edge of China. You know what I'm saying? So we're in a brand new paradigm here. And, the thing that I was talking about earlier with money, the best way I could explain it to you, Luke, is let's say you, instead of being a country, you're a country, but we're going to take it down to the personal level for you. Let's say the Visa company caught wind that you had a job paying you $10,000 a month. And they said, man, you are a man of wealth and influence and power. And we know that we want to help you. We want to help empower you even more. So they send you a $500,000, dollar black Visa or whatever. And it was great at first. You felt like the man of influence and power that they told you that you were. But this is where we are now as a country, is that Luke Ford now he owes like $450,000 on that $500,000 credit line Visa. And the beautiful thing about Visa is they only want 2% a month, so they only want $9,000 a month. So maybe you still have enough to buy yourself ramen noodles, after you're paying that Visa bill or whatever. But the end is nigh. And that's the main thing you've heard me basically being a worrywart about in the past 6 months, is because I've been holding dollars. I've been having paralysis by analysis. And like I've been telling you, it's a game of musical chairs. And the only long-term thing they can really do is just paper over it, because who's going to vote 3 years from now, 4 years from now? Who's going to vote in hard times? They're not. You know what I'm saying? That whole thing I used to mention, I don't mention to you as much anymore, but I used to tell you the Fed had something called a dual mandate, and that was the 2% inflation and the full employment. And that's why they lie to you about the inflation. And that's why they jigger the employment data or whatever. And you got to ask yourself, well, what's that all about? Why are they doing that? What is that dual mandate? Why do they care? They care because they don't want another French Revolution. And if you'll notice, 2011, we had that Occupy Wall Street, and then we had the Tea Party. And what we've had is, you could just tell, we're just such a sterilized culture now that it doesn't come in the form of revolution. It comes in the form of a bunch of tie-dyed wearing pussies sitting around Wall Street bitching about stuff. You get what I'm saying? It's just almost as if we're not made of the same stuff that we used to be, or I think we probably would have had a revolution by now. But that's my main concern, is I know somewhere along the way, they're going to get tired of it. They're going to worry about us storming the streets or whatever. They're just going to print more money, and everything's just going to be worth half as much.
Okay, Kip, I'm going to move on. Thanks, bro.
See, bro. All right, bye.
Take care. Bye. Okay, so there are three groups of people, 4 groups of people among whom my friends reside. So one group, my friends from childhood. Second group are my friends in Orthodox Judaism. third group are my friends who are writers, and then the fourth group are my friends who are philosophers. And I'm particularly interested in the role of expertise and the role of democracy, because the more we rely on expertise, right, the less influence democracy has, right? The more our life is ruled by experts, the more that our economy is ruled by experts, right, the less room there is for the people, for a populist uprising. Populism is in large part a revolt against rule by experts, and I'm not on either side, right? I'm not on the automatically pro-expertise side. I'm not automatically on the pro-populist side. I'm right in the middle. But one dramatic difference between elite opinion and the opinion of regular Americans is that elites believe we should have much less freedom of speech. We should have much more censorship on social media. And one example of this is the philosopher Jason Stanley, who believes that Donald Trump is a fascist and that MAGA supporters are essentially fascists, and he is leaving America. He is a philosopher at Yale University, and he is leaving America, leaving Yale for Toronto because of Donald Trump. And he is one of the biggest advocates for controlling speech, but he is for the right kind of speech, right? The speech that calls Trump and his supporters fascists. And another way that the experts deal with free speech is to classify all sorts of speech as disinformation, which mostly means unwelcome expert opinion, right? So I'm reading here from an email that I got from a philosopher, as well as intentionally misleading but non-official statements, right? Those can never be misinformation by definition. They can just be honest errors. But this is a primary category by which experts seek to reduce our freedom of speech, particularly on social media. Just label it disinformation, right? And it means unwelcome expert opinion, in large part. And the tariff issue is fascinating. It's a reversal for Democrats, right, who used to be quite supportive of tariffs, because Democrats used to be the party of the working class and the party of labor unions who are overwhelmingly behind protectionist policies. And so the major criticism of Donald Trump for the past 2 months by leading Democrats is that he is a shill for billionaires. And now the same people who are criticizing Trump for 2 months for being a shill for billionaires, they now think it's absolutely terrible that Donald Trump tanked the stock market. All right, Ruthless podcast had some thoughtful comments. Will reciprocal tariffs work? So, come on, man. I'm trying to run a professional show here.
Tariffs. I think President Trump did a fantastic job expressing this very important and very critical part of what these tariffs are, is reciprocal.
Yep.
Because, as he described, there are countries where the U.S. tariff on a specific good from that country is like 2.5%. The tariff they put on our goods is like 75%. That's not fair.
So reciprocal is sometimes good, but just because your girlfriend goes down on you, that doesn't mean you have to go down on her, right? She might even lose respect for you if you do that.
It is. It's going to be a great episode.
Come on, guys, don't tell me it's great.
At the Capitol.
Just bring it.
A wide range of things. He's got a great He will serve as the nation's Liberation Day, as it's anticipated to enact trade policies emphasizing his America First mission. Mm-hmm. Worth noting, he discussed this throughout the course of the campaign.
Right.
This is not a mystery to the American people. It's not the typical thing that you get from an administration when they walk in and they're like, oh, yeah, we didn't talk about this component of our agenda. We're going to do that. I hope everybody's okay with it. They discussed it at great length. Furthermore, he did a lot of this in the first 4 years.
I'm glad you raised that, because there's so much dishonesty out there from the mainstream media. And I do think there's value in revisiting what happened when he was president the first time. And he did some tariffs. I just want to read a few headlines for you guys. This one from Fox Business: Trump trade policies to lift steel worker pay. Here's another one.
Give me a time frame for all of these.
This is like 2018.
Okay.
Here's CNN. Tariffs prompt U.S. Steel to restart work on Alabama mill. That is in CNN.
Good story.
Here's a paper close to your heart, Josh. Minnesota Star Tribune.
Oh, the old Red Star.
Iron Range jobs and exports bounce back with the help of Trump tariffs.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there is a track record of success here that this president ironed in his first term, and I don't have any reason to think that it'll be different this time.
Can I say this is a very critical thing? Reciprocal tariffs. I think President Trump did a fantastic job expressing this very important and very critical part of what these tariffs are is reciprocal.
Mm-hmm.
Because as he described, there are countries where the U.S. tariff on a specific good from that country is like 2.5%. The tariff they put on our goods is like 75%. That's not fair.
I thought it was really smart that Trump went up there, during that press conference, and he had the chart.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we're not talking in abstract terms, or we're just going to go.
So just looking at Fox News right now, a lot of discussion about someone who may have been illegally deported by the Trump administration. So you're not going to make mistakes, generally, if you don't take action. As soon as you take action, particularly rapid action, decisive action, bold action, or controversial action, right, you're going to open yourself up to inevitable criticism because you will inevitably make mistakes. So what's most important about Trump policies, including deportation policies, is that are they overall in the best interest of the American people? Not are they perfect?
Go ahead and put a tariff on the world. It was, hey, go ahead and take a look at what the world's been doing to us.
Exactly. People don't know this.
Right.
All they get is from the mainstream press who's like, oh, it's going to be terrible, blah, blah, blah. They don't know the actual facts because the mainstream press will never tell you the facts.
And that's the thing, and that's why I really want to stress reciprocal, because the argument that the mainstream media has put out there and the information that they've bombarded the public with is that, boy, Canada are our great friends who would just be like, bring in all American goods.
They just want to trade with us, yeah.
They would never tell the truth about how other countries have these massive tariffs on our goods. And this has been happening for decades. Mm-hmm. It's not just...
So there's nothing inherently right-wing about support for free markets and free trade. So at times, support for free markets and free trade has been associated with the right wing. But what is understood as right-wing in America is not being traditionally understood as right-wing. So right-wing means greater suspicion of outsiders than if you're left-wing, it means more openness to outsiders. Being right-wing accords with greater respect for tradition. Being left-wing means being more open to different ways of organizing human relations. Being right-wing means stiffer punishments for norm violators, and being left-wing means less severe punishment for norm violators. But there's nothing inherently right-wing or left-wing about support for free markets and free trade. If anything, this is much more classically liberal, which from a traditional right-wing perspective is on the left. So there's nothing inherently right-wing. I'm just repeating myself. But in American political discourse over the past 50 years, it is discussed and as though free markets, free trade, these are inherently right-wing. But they're not. Right? They are classically liberal, but liberalism was a departure from traditional ways of organizing society. So if you push me to the wall, I'd say it's classical liberalism to support free markets and free trade, which, if anything, is a little bit more on the left side of the political spectrum than the right side, which accords much more with tradition and with national interests and much more skepticism of outsiders. And I don't know, does that make sense? All right, much of what we think about is inherently right or left. At times, it's been the political right in America that is associated with free trade and with free markets, but there's nothing inherent in that. Right? Right wing refers to traditional ways of doing things where there is much greater loyalty to your in-group, right? And there's nothing inherently free market and free trade for people who have an intense in-group, intense ethnic identity. And so the Ronald Reagan free market revolution is associated with the right, but it's not really right-wing, right? It's classically liberal, right? Neoliberalism is a fancy term which properly and usually should mean support for free markets and free trade. And neoliberalism is not inherently right-wing. So there's nothing inherent in the Republican Party being the party of free trade and free markets. Now, over the past 50 years, the Republican Party, more than the Democratic Party, has been the party of free trade and free markets. But for more than 100 years prior to that, the Republican Party was much more for trade protectionism than the Democratic Party.
A random occurrence that American factories shut down. Reciprocal tariffs is what they deserve. If you're gonna try to dock America, you'll get docked, and all it will lead to is they're gonna realize, okay, we can't play these people anymore.
One of the people in this administration who I think did the best job of explaining the history of all of this was Howard Lutnick.
Yeah.
During the campaign. Went on CNBC and told viewers, I learned something from this interview. Rarely you do. There's not much new information, but he was basically saying, like, it's trade.
The Howard Lutnick and Scott Bessent interviews on the All In podcast are superb.
The imbalance of tariffs is all a through line from a Marshall Plan in a post-World War II America, when there was a
right. The United States, by about 1880, it had become the richest country in the world. And the United States has remained the richest country in the world since 1880. And the United States had high tariff policies until about 1947. So the United States became the richest country in the world and maintained its status as the richest country in the world for another 70 years approximately, with high tariffs as their dominant trade policy. So there's no inherent connection between prosperity and low tariffs or prosperity and high tariffs. Right? You can become a rich, powerful nation with high tariffs. You can become a rich, powerful nation with lower tariffs. But there's not some strong correlation.
Significant, not only obligation at some level, but an American interest, both from a commerce standpoint and a national security standpoint, to ensure that places in the world, Germany, namely, everything in the region of Europe, and then Japan and elsewhere, were able to rebuild and able to reconstitute an economy.
Okay, a question in the chat. Leftists, why are they forgiving light sentences to criminals who commit terrible acts? Why don't they care about the victims? Because from a left-wing perspective, individual actions are primarily the result of social policies. So being on the right is currently believing in much more individual agency. So people on the right tend to ascribe agency to people who do terrible things much more than people on the left. So if you believe that individual behavior is primarily the result of our institutions and our policies, then it would make sense that you'd be less invested in punishing. Right? If you don't believe in free will, if you believe that people are just the product of their genetics and our social policies, then it would make sense that you'd be less inclined to punish. Now, I think people on the right believe too much in agency, and even though it is factually incorrect, there may be many advantages to ascribing greater power to individual agency and free will than there really is. I notice a lot of people in the MAGA movement and the MAHA movement, Make America Healthy Again, believe that like healthy diet and healthy exercise and healthy living will be the best thing that they can do for their health. But there are things where medication will provide a superior answer. For example, ADHD. Right? ADHD medication for someone who is ADHD will provide a superior answer then healthy diet and exercise, getting vaccinated with approved vaccinations in the U.S. and in advanced economies will be a substantial boost to your health and will provide for periods of time more protection against getting severely ill with COVID, for example, than just healthy diet and exercise.
Mm-hmm. They could service the people because you just...
So, yeah, I notice a lot of people on the right think, if I just do the right thing, then I significantly reduce the chances of bad things happening to me. And I usually sense that they vastly overestimate their own ability to control what happens to them. And they vastly overestimate their own ability to make healthy choices and thus protecting themselves without regard to, say, expert opinion such as taking vaccines.
To have a destitute, bombed out place that inevitably would have destability, would create more problems over the long run. And so
it's not that the left doesn't care about victims, right? But the left places ultimate responsibility on social structures, social institutions, social policies for why people do bad things. So, for example, on the left, they think that crime is primarily the result of poverty. If we simply provide enough resources to people, they'll be less incentivized to commit terrible acts of crime.
Marshall Plan was part of that. And there were these tariffs in place that try to encourage manufacturing and all of these things that you could import into the world's largest new economy, which is America, in order to get them rolling.
Mm-hmm. That's such important context.
And
really important.
Over 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years, it worked. Mm-hmm. And all of these economies started to come back. They started to reconstitute governments that were interested in doing business with the United States, appreciative of the United States, appreciative of the market force that the United States had. But somewhere between then and 50 years later, you still have those things in place. Mm-hmm. And of course, if you're going to go to a world leader and say, can we revisit these kind of things? They're going to take a look at a couple of things. One, they're going to understand that any sort of revisitation.
So I will not be here the next 2 Sundays because I will be observing Passover.
Has a impact on their own economic situation where they got a free ride. Mm-hmm. And there is a destabilization effect. So they're not going to be interested in that conversation. Second, they're going to look at your own political free will here and say, can that person actually force me to revisit this? And for 50 years, the answer is no. And part of the reason the answer was no is because so much of American politics is a derivation of how people feel about the economy. And how people feel about the economy, whether or not you're invested in the stock market or not, the downturn of the market itself gives people a sense of fear, right? Go back to like just modern times. For those of you who are a little bit older, like 1986. For those of you who are, in our generation, 2008, 2009, 2020 briefly. Those are moments where everybody sort of panicked. Mm-hmm. Not that they're...
So I often listen to Hugh Hewitt, who is far more thoughtful than most nationally syndicated right-wing talk show hosts. And Hugh Hewitt is constantly praising the Ruthless podcast. And then I'll tune into the Ruthless podcast and there are just way too many ads. Or sometimes I'll tune and I think, they're just shills for Donald Trump and for MAGA. But then there are other occasions where I think, okay, this is valuable. And this is valuable.
Everybody's invested in the stock market. When you see all of that, you understand that there is an economic ramification that hits your household at some point. And so there's been a tendency for administrations never to do anything that rocks the boat, because the one thing that markets like the best is stability and certainty.
This is almost like another manifestation of kicking the can down the road.
Yeah.
We know that the time has passed for us to have to help stimulate the economies of these allies post-World War II. But I don't want to rock the boat because if
the
numbers
great
start
insulation.
going down, let's just kick the can down
It's
the road.
great insulation to even good friends around the world, allies of the United States, to know that I'm not sure I'm ever going to have to revisit this because the political wherewithal in doing so, it could be a real hazard for anybody who's in a democratically elected system of government.
Right, and I think there's a very high likelihood that today, when you go about your daily life, some Democrat you encounter is going to attack what President Trump is doing. And so we want to arm you with this. Did you know that just last year, Joe Biden did tariffs on China? And here's what his Treasury Secretary said about those tariffs. Quote, I don't believe that American consumers will see any meaningful increase in the prices that they face.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Democrats said last year when Joe Biden had tariffs. So don't let your Democrat friends tell you the opposite today.
So, look, I don't want to give the impression that we are like a pro-tariff isolationist crowd. I mean, you guys can speak for yourselves. I know I'm not. I think it's a blunt instrument that, frankly, a global economy operates with some sort of free trade and open markets and ability to sell outside of the borders of the United States because, frankly, the only way you grow. It's the only way you can grow an economy is if you're exporting things that you make here in the United States and reaping the benefit within it. So I'm not that. But this is the way I kind of tried to put it on Brett Baer's show on Special Report the other night.
So let me run through the chat. You may remember about every 4 months I take my electric shaver and get rid of all my hair. That way I save money on haircuts. I started doing this about 15 years ago because I showed up to a barber near me and he says, oh, you need to make an appointment. And I went home and said, F this. And I just took my electric shaver and just off with all my hair. Chat says, Tucker Carlson likes the tariffs. That worries me. And this is a power play. It doesn't have much to do with bringing jobs back to the U.S. Trump is backing on U.S. leverage to get better trade deals. Chat says, U.S. cannot allow China and other countries to have complete control of pharmaceuticals and steel and other vital resources and manufactured goods. Looks to me like Trump doesn't want to be the sole superpower or doesn't want America to be the world's policeman. U.S. companies should never have been allowed to move to China and Southeast Asia to begin with. If you want access to U.S. markets, it should be made here. Tariffs made England into a superpower. Tariffs made the U.S. into a superpower. ChatGPT doesn't tell the truth about different subjects it's told not to. Well, yes, ChatGPT and other forms of AI have to operate within reality. And if you say certain things, right, you are going to bring the wrath of the powerful down on you.
You know, in your neighborhood, if your neighbor was stealing 20% of your shit every day and your neighborhood's looking at all of this and you not rocking the boat and going up to their door and say, what the hell are you doing stealing 20% of your shit, would make for a much more stable neighborhood environment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Everybody would appreciate the camaraderie of you not making this a problem. They would. Right. And they react as though, you know, there's no problem, right? Even the fact that 20% of your shit's being stolen. So like Canada, Mexico, the whole Western Hemisphere, it's like don't rock the boat. We're in your neighborhood here. Like let's not discuss this whole thing.
We don't want uncomfortable HOA meetings.
Okay, so there's a comment in the chat. Elliot says, the elite is immune from the consequences of the status quo. And I understand what Elliot is saying. I want to add, though, we are wrong when we think that there are powerful people who can operate as they wish without consequence. So even the elite have to operate in reality. Even the elite have to operate in a world of vulnerability, that everybody has vulnerabilities, even the elite, right? They have fears, concerns, worries, anxiety. There are people who are gunning for them. So there's no group that is immune from reality, that is immune from the situation, and it does not help the clarity of our analysis if we imagine that there are these all-powerful elites who do not have, you know, similar levels of fear and anxiety and threat to what we experience.
But the reality, seriously. But seriously.
Everyone knows.
But if you
defund the HOA.
But if you,
and there is another comment. Trump triggers something deep within the elite. They lose any and all objectivity. Well, we all get triggered, right? The elite are just like us, except they are elite, right? The rich are just like us, except they have more money. So none of us operates with great levels of objectivity, right? We are all operating within a body that has fragility and weakness, and we all come from childhoods and social situations and face incentives that deter us from objectivity.
Look at it from your own neighborhood standpoint. There's no way you would ever stand for that.
Right.
Chevron's latest deepwater development.
Come on, man. I'm trying to run a high-quality show here. All right, Wall Street Journal. The embezzlement scheme that led to Le Pen's elections ban Marine Le Pen was at the heart of a system to create phony contracts directing millions in EU funding to her inner circle and party officials. So two things can be right at the same time. Donald Trump was the cause of much of the Democratic Party's lawfare against him, and the Democratic Party overreached and thus provoked a backlash that provided part of the reason that Donald Trump won the 2024 election. Marine Le Pen and her party apparently did engage in embezzlement, but the judge, if he typifies an elite anti-Le Pen consensus in France, he also seems to be engaging in a type of lawfare so that Marine Le Pen, the leader of the most popular party in France, is unable to run for national office for 5 years. So I think two things can be true at once. Le Pen and her party did something wrong, and I believe the establishment and the elite in France overreacted by banning her from public office for 5 years. So I like those explanations that two things can be true at the same time.
And Trump's Mar-a-Lago Accord, genius plan or economic madness? On Liberation Day, President Donald Trump shocked the world with a wave of sweeping tariffs, hitting America's top trading partners and shaking the global economy. But what if this isn't economic chaos, but part of a master plan? At the center of this strategy is one man, Stephen Miran, the Economist, shaping what could be the most radical financial gambit in modern U.S. history. Stephen Miran is no ordinary policy advisor, a Harvard-trained economist and former hedge fund strategist. He now serves as chair of Trump's Council of Economic Advisors. In 2024, Miran released a bold economic proposal titled A User's Guide to Restructuring the Global Trading System. Inside, he outlined an aggressive plan to reset the U.S. economy and address its skyrocketing national debt. He calls it the Mar-a-Lago Accord, a play on the 1985 Plaza Accord, when the Reagan administration convinced global allies to devalue their currencies to boost American exports. Miran's version is more extreme. He proposes 3 major moves. First, devalue the US dollar by up to 15%. A weaker dollar would make American exports more competitive and reduce reliance on cheap imports. Second, restructure the federal debt. Replace standard Treasury bonds with century bonds, or even perpetual bonds that may never need to be repaid. This could reduce immediate repayment pressure and delay the debt burden far into the future. The third, pressure America's allies to go along with it. Miran suggests using U.S. military power as leverage, threatening to withdraw defense guarantees unless partners cooperate. He also supports the use of tariffs as an economic weapon to compel alignment. At the core of all this is a serious problem: the U.S. debt crisis. The debt-to-GDP ratio has surged past 123%, and the federal deficit in 2024 hit 6.4% of GDP, triple the average for other advanced economies. Without action, the US could be headed for a dangerous debt spiral. But Miran's strategy isn't without risk. Devaluing the dollar could spark panic in the bond market. Investors might dump US treasuries, which would drive up borrowing costs. Worse, it could shake global faith in the dollar as the world's reserve currency, undermining one of America's greatest economic advantages. Even if the administration manages to negotiate a debt rescheduling with foreign creditors, it won't solve everything. That's because 75% of US debt is held domestically by banks, pension funds, and ordinary Americans. A sharp dollar decline would erode their savings, raise prices, and threaten financial stability. And will America's allies play along? That seems unlikely. China, the largest holder of US debt, is locked in strategic rivalry with Washington. European nations have grown wary of Trump's foreign policy unpredictability, convincing them to hold longer-term debt.
Okay, this is why the Wall Street Journal article here on China is just so fascinating, right? Because it has so many applications to personal, professional life, international relations, to everything, right? Beijing's inability to think beyond formal diplomatic protocol, right? How often have you felt thrown by a situation in life which you did not have a protocol to follow? So Beijing's inability to think beyond formal diplomatic protocol has proven to be a mismatch with a Trump team that is incredibly nimble, right? So Trump only wants to engage with those people who are closest to the dictator of China. People close to Beijing's thinking say that they have recoiled at this because they see the political risk from such improvisation as unacceptable. Right, Trump is willing to improvise more than any other major leader that I can think of. Right, who else as a major world leader has been willing to engage in this amount of improvisation? Right, China keeps wanting to follow protocol, and this Trump administration is not particularly wedded to protocol. And China is absolutely thrown that China has not been a primary focus for Donald Trump in his first 2 months in office. And so the Chinese leadership didn't rush to talk to him or to offer any concessions. They just adopted a wait-and-see approach. So with regard to the Panama Canal, right, Donald Trump warned China in his inaugural address about controlling the Panama Canal, that the United States would not put up with this, and China was completely caught off guard, right? And they didn't realize that the Hong Kong company that was operating the Panama Canal had made a deal to sell off its operations to BlackRock, right? So the Chinese leadership thought that they could use the Panama port issue as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Trump administration, which they expected to start any day. Now China is in a no-win situation. Right? It wants to regain leverage, but any move to interfere with the deal will just give ammunition to Trump's charge that China controls the Panama Canal. Right? China is eager not to give up any leverage it might have with Washington over TikTok. So there have been no substantial negotiations yet between China and this Trump administration. So this is how the Wall Street Journal concludes. For now, whoever is in the driver's seat of U.S.-China relations, it is not Beijing. Right? Hey, super chat. Thank you. Partybots, excited and grateful for the Sunday Ford stream. He is back. Yes. And I'll be back with some weekday streams as well in the future, but I don't know when I'm going to want to jump back in. I don't want to just do it by reflex. The reflex. This is a provocative explanation from TikTok. Oh, come on, man. Give me... No, come on. Give me... Where's the bloody sound? Oh, here's the sound.
So do you want to know the part
Come on, man. I'm
that they're not telling you about tariffs? Here's the reality that nobody's talking about.
Bro, come on. Give me a high quality.
Nobody. This lighter costs $25 in America to buy an American-made product.
Stop that.
So do you want to know the part that they're not telling you about tariffs? Here's the reality that nobody's talking about. Nobody. This lighter costs $25 in America to buy an American-made product. Okay? China makes
Oh, come on, man.
one, sells it for $20 here in America. Out of that $20, $5 goes to whoever in America sells it. $15 of it goes back to China. You buy the $25 one in America, all $25 stays in America. So now we want to say, let's balance this out, and we're going to put a 50% tariff on Chinese goods. Now this lighter costs $30 to sell in the United States. Now you have the U.S.-made one at $25. It is cheaper. It's more expensive in the big picture, I get it. But it's now cheaper, so people are going to buy the American-made one. 100% of the $25 that you spend stays in America. Stays here. The demand increases for that business has to hire employees. When many businesses hire employees, that creates a supply shortage of employees, which make wages go up. Is this more expensive for the consumer in the short term? Yes, but you're getting a better product. You're getting a better product for your money, and the money is staying local. Okay, you're not funding these other countries and their businesses. That is the purpose behind all of this. Will we have a recession? Yes. Will prices go up in the short term? Yes. But the lagging effect is all of that money now stays here with us. It's not leaving the country, which gives us more money in the United States to go around for everybody. Of course, every nation in the world is going to say, we're being bad neighbors and bad business partners. Well, of course, we've made them rich. And now we as a people are suffering. We want our money back. Why is that so hard?
Okay, I watched this guy, Jesse Waters, played that clip, and it seems to be fairly commonsensical, right? And I was reading a paper by a couple of academic economists, I believe, and the headline essentially was that the age of globalization is over, without regard to these Trump tariffs. Right, Trump, like everybody else, has to operate within a situation. And the situation is that the age of globalization is over. And here's just one key sentence from this paper. One of the most striking results of the COVID crisis was the resurgence in policies that prioritized one's own nation over others. I would think this is the normal, natural, healthy thing to do. Why would you not prioritize the welfare of your own children over other children? Why would you not prioritize the welfare of your own spouse over other spouses? Why would you not prioritize the welfare of your own family over other families? Why would you not prioritize your own nation over other nations? And so, since COVID, all right, we have had some economists rethinking their commitment to free trade. So before COVID, mainstream economics was all about globalization and free trade because this is rooted in comparative advantage. Nations get to specialize. We have trade flows. Everybody wins. We have higher global GDP, less poverty, more efficiency. Then came COVID. Factories shut, ports clogged, borders slammed shut. Global trade didn't just slow, it seized up. And supply chains for many essentials, such as masks, ventilators, drugs, collapsed. And it made nations aware of their dependence on far-away producers, such as China. So countries started hoarding critical goods, right? In times of crisis, people think more in terms of their own national interests, right? The EU restricted medical exports. India banned rice shipments. The US invoked the Defense Production Act to redirect supplies domestically. We had vaccine nationalism. Wealthy nations secured vaccine doses early. They left poorer nations scrambling. Right? US and the UK stockpiled vaccines. Poorer nations floundered. We had political leaders like Trump and Biden pivoting to reshoring. And this wasn't just politics. It was a gut punch to economic theory. Right? Free trade's promise, efficiency through interdependence, crumbled when interdependence became a liability. So COVID forced economists to grapple with three big realizations. So I asked Grok, how did COVID incentivize economists to rethink their commitment to free trade? And this is what Grok says. Transaction costs are not just logistics. Right? Economists had underplayed these hidden costs. They assumed U.S.-backed global stability would keep these costs low. The U.S. was subsidizing this stability through its naval policing, but COVID showed that even the U.S. could not buffer a global shutdown. So suddenly the free in free trade began looking pricey. Think about resilience versus efficiency. Why make masks in Ohio when China might do it more cheaply? Well, what's the trade-off if efficiency leaves you vulnerable? Right, U.S. dependence on Chinese personal protective equipment cost lives. So we saw that it might be good to manufacture some of these things at home. And in a time of crisis, right, most nations put their own interests first. Right, nations act for themselves. Why would nations not want to act for themselves with regard to trade policy? Right, why would America not put American interests first, not global utilitarian welfare functions? So COVID showed that even allies will not share when push comes to shove. So economists who preached trade as a peacekeeper, they said interdependence deters conflict. Well, they saw Russia-Ukraine shred that idea. Right? Why should America sacrifice Detroit jobs for Chinese gain if China won't deliver in a crisis? So we started getting academic papers from economists questioning trade's peacekeeping myth and arguing that interdependence may fuel conflict when stakes rise. Right? The drivers towards deglobalization, such as security and resilience, are rational. They're not just populist tantrums. And politicians haven't just been talking, they've also been acting. So we've been reshoring industry, friendshoring has received greater priority than free trade. Americans are souring on globalization. Americans are increasingly favoring domestic jobs over cheap imports. So it's not that COVID killed the logic of free trade, right? Specialization still boosts output, but it exposed its fragility. And the U.S. will not keep footing the bill for global order as costs rise and benefits wane. So if trade's gains hinge on a U.S. subsidy that's faltering, is unfettered globalization sustainable? No. So COVID made economists see free trade as a gamble, not a given. Now, Stephen Miran, the head of Trump's Council of Economic Advisors, he says tariffs are ultimately financed by the tariffed nation, but the media tell us that tariffs are paid by American consumers. So who's right? Well, it depends on context. So Miran says that consumers have more flexibility than manufacturers, right? That seems correct. So certainly in the long run, it's the tariff nation that will have to pay for tariffs immediately before U.S. consumers can shift their patterns. They may pick up much of the tab for tariffs. How much money did Trump's tariffs raise for America? So when they kicked in 2017, about $34 billion. 2018, $41 billion. Full effect by 2019, $71 billion. In 2020, another $66 billion. If you calculate Trump's tariffs and run them through to 2020, we've got about $89 billion, of which $28 billion was paid back to farmers. So net revenue of about $60 billion. But possibly, according to some economists, a net job loss of 245,000. So what are the chances that America replaces income taxes with tariffs? So in fiscal year 2023, the U.S. collected over $2 trillion in individual income taxes and $276 billion in corporate income taxes. and current tariff revenue was $80 billion. So Trump's plan is to replace a lot of our tax code with tariffs. So long, long way to go. So if deglobalization deepens and voters demand tax reform, right, we may be able to replace some of our domestic taxes with tariffs. Right now it's a pipe dream, but in the longer term, tariffs might be an increasing source of revenue for our government. So overall, I am highly impressed with how often paleocons are right. And the paleocon approach to trade is part of their broader philosophy that prioritizes national sovereignty, social cohesion, social trust, economic self-reliance, and cultural preservation. All these things are more important than globalism and free market orthodoxy. So tariffs may well be a valuable tool to protect American cohesion, social trust, to protect American industries, American workers, and American identity from the ravages of unchecked international trade. So it's less about economic theory. It's more about a visceral rejection of globalism, cosmopolitan elites, and multinational corporations. So paleocons argue that America should produce what it consumes, especially in strategic sectors like manufacturing and agriculture. So paleocons despise the liberal world order. Paleocons see free trade as an elite scam, that Wall Street and Davos win, Main Street loses. Paleocons prioritize blue-collar Americans over consumer prices. So for paleocons, tariffs are not just an economic matter, they are existential. So paleocons link trade to national strength. If you don't have steel, you don't have a country, is Pat Buchanan's view. Why rely on Taiwan? Why rely on foreign nations, right, when war and disruptions can just cut off the supply? So neocons, libertarians balk at market distortion, right? Paleocons like blanket tariffs, right? They see tariffs raising money that can then be used for tax cuts. So neocons like free trade. They want to spread democracy and American influence. Paleocons scoff at nation building. Leftists might back tariffs to protect labor unions, but their global equity focus clashes with paleocon nativism. And what would paleocons think about the United States taking over Greenland and the Panama Canal? Paleocons would be very much down with that.
But there's a few things that, like, I don't want to just focus on, what's happening with the stock market. I want to look at, okay, what are the bigger things going on here? And I want to go back in time to last fall, where Scott Bessent, right, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, this is a little 1-minute interview with him. This is from, again, last fall, so a little bit less than a year ago. Listen to this, because what he's telling us here, what I believe, is that something big is coming. So I'll play this really quickly. It's about a minute long.
I think as an economic historian and someone who's been in markets for 40 years, I actually think I'm starting to look like it now. I think we're also at a unique moment geopolitically.
So I'm a trad, right? I think that marriage is between a man and a woman, but I would rather have a gay, excellent Treasury Secretary than a less excellent heterosexual Treasury Secretary.
And I could see in the next few years that we are going to have some kind of a grand global economic reordering. It was something on the equivalent of a new Bretton Woods, or if you want to go back, like something back to the Steel Agreements or the Treaty of Versailles. There's a very good chance that we are going to have that over the next 4 years, and I'd like to be a part of it. I've studied this. I think it's kind of a unique skill set. I think.
So him saying that in the next few years, we're going to have some kind of grand economic reordering, something equivalent to a new Bretton Woods, right? And this is okay. This isn't just some rogue trader talking here, right? And this is the This is the Secretary of the Treasury, okay?
And that was before he was the Secretary of the Treasury.
Exactly. So this guy, there's a lot going on here, but I want to play another video here. This is very interesting. So this was a video that actually, here's a post that says, Donald Trump just reposted posted the following video on Truth Social. This repost is an official confirmation that he agrees with the theory below, which is to crash the stock market in order to lower bond yields. The video quite literally starts off with why Donald Trump is crashing the stock market and mentions that Trump is playing 4D chess. So one thing I will say, though, is that in my opinion, just because Trump posts something, it doesn't mean that he agrees with everything about that. There's some people that they take that as like the Bible. Like if Trump posts it, it means that he's read the whole thing. He agrees with every bit of it. This guy's so prolific. He's so busy. He might see something that makes sense to him. He might repost it. However, when we watch this, and this is, even the title you see here, Trump is purposefully crashing the market. There's something going on here. So I'll play this. This is about a minute and 6 seconds. So let's play this, and this will allow us to jump into our discussion. Go ahead.
Okay. Did Trump repost this?
He did. Trump shared this exact video.
I saw this video
on Truth Social. And that's why there's a lot of discussion. I'm seeing this video.
Isn't that incredible that Donald Trump would repost a video that says he is purposefully crashing the stock market? Can you think of any other politician who would do this?
Video everywhere. So let's watch this really quickly.
Trump is crashing the stock market by 20% this month, but he's doing it on purpose. And this is why Warren Buffett just said Trump is making the best economic moves he's seen in over 50 years. Now, here's the secret game he's playing, and it could make you rich. So why is he doing this? To push cash into treasuries, which forces the Fed to slash interest rates in May, and those lower rates give the Fed the ability to refinance trillions of debt very inexpensively. It also weakens the dollar and drops mortgage rates. Now, it's a wild chess move, but it's working. Now, you're probably wondering, what about his tariffs? Well, I'll tell you, it's a genius play. It actually forces companies to build here to dodge them. It also forces farmers to sell more of their products here in the U.S. to bring grocery prices way down. We've already seen this with eggs. Now, remember, 94% of all stocks are owned only by 8% of Americans. So Trump, he's taking from the rich short term and handing it to the middle class through lower prices.
So,
love that
there's
video.
a lot going on there.
I love that video.
So John, what's your perception of what's going on? Because what I'm seeing is that I think even 4D chess doesn't describe the complexity of what's going on here. So what is your take?
Well, I've been preparing for this for, our stock club has been preparing for this for 3 years. So it's not like we're just sitting here watching, we're in the markets here. We knew this was coming. We prepared for it big time. And we're watching this unfold here. And I'm in agreement with this video. When I saw this video, I said, who did this here? I'm in total, Trump wants that dollar to go down. In fact, a lot of people who say the U.S. dollar's gone, it's going to crash over here. So wrong. The dollar will be the future global reserve currency backed by gold, the 40-year Treasury, Judy Shelton, July 4th. Trump has got to drag it down. Like the guy said, he's going to take from the rich and give to the poor. Not necessarily, not the poor, the working man, the man on Main Street. Okay. So you've got all this money coming out of Wall Street, and it is going to force production going on here.
All right, fascinating theory. I'm reading every book I can that comes out on the 2024 election, and every book that I'm reading, I love it even more than the previous book. And this following book that came out, I think April 1st, is so good. I bought it as an Audible book, and I'm listening back to it for a second time, and it primarily helps you understand the 2024 election from the perspective of the Democrats, the Biden administration, and the Kamala Harris campaign. And it's called Fight Inside the Wildest Battle for the White House by Jonathan Allen and Amy Pons. It is so good. It is so good. And it's the first book that talks about internal polls, otherwise known as private polls, which tend to be much more precise and much more expensive than the public polls, which get so much attention. So I highly recommend Fight Inside the Wildest Battle for the White House. It's just so good. There's just revelation after revelation after revelation, and these authors have a pretty solid track record. This book is so good that I even then went out and bought their book on Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign. And I don't care for Hillary Clinton. I'm on the right. I don't care for the Democratic Party. But these journalists are so excellent that I even bought their book on Hillary Clinton's campaign just so that I could just learn more about how politics works. Okay, Stephen Miran. a lot of thoughtful interviews with the guy who appears to be the primary brain behind Trump's policies, and he's getting a ton of attention, right? Not just popular attention, but also academic attention.
Forward in our discussion, let us embrace this dual perspective, recognizing that every pioneering strategy carries both opportunity and uncertainty.
Let's now distill the essence of Stephen Miran's paper, A User's Guide to Restructuring the Global Trading System. Here, Miran lays out a comprehensive blueprint that invites us to rethink the very foundations of international trade. Allow me to guide you through the key elements. Number 1. Core problem. At the heart of the paper lies a critical question.
Don't they speak like an AI voice?
What is fundamentally broken in our current global trading system? Miran identifies deep-seated imbalances and outdated policies that undermine fair competition and the sustainable growth of domestic industries. Number 2. Proposed U.S. strategy. In response, the paper outlines a bold U.S. strategy. This isn't merely a collection of ideas, it's a calculated roadmap aimed at leveraging American economic power to redefine global trade, restoring competitiveness, and asserting strategic dominance. Number 3. Tariff policy and economic impact. Tariffs are not portrayed as blunt instruments here. Instead, Miran details how carefully calibrated tariff policies can protect domestic industries while reshaping economic interactions on the international stage. This approach is intended to recalibrate trade dynamics in favor of a robust national economy. Number 4. Categorizing U.S. trading partners. Recognizing that not all trading relationships are alike, the paper categorizes U.S. trading partners. By understanding their distinct economic roles and behaviors, tailored strategies can be developed to address specific challenges and leverage unique opportunities. Moving to number 5. Currency policy and reserve asset adjustments. A crucial pillar of the strategy involves revisiting currency policies and adjusting reserve assets. This component addresses how shifts in currency valuations can influence global financial stability and help balance trade disparities. Number 6. Financial market consequences and risks. No transformative strategy is without risk. Miran is keenly aware of the potential repercussions, market volatility, unintended economic disruptions, and broader financial instability that may result from such sweeping policy changes. Number 7. Long-term restructuring of international trade relations. Ultimately, the paper envisions a long-term reordering of international trade. It's a call to reimagine our global economic relationships, striving for a system that is not only more balanced and fair, but also resilient in the face of emerging challenges. Each of these points interlocks to form a unified, if audacious, strategy, a strategy that challenges conventional paradigms and dares us to envision a future where the U.S. leads a reformed global trading system. As we reflect on these components, consider the delicate balance between the promise of renewed industrial strength and the potential for economic disruption. This dynamic tension between risk and reward is what makes Miran's analysis both compelling and provocative. Now, let's delve deeper into these themes as we continue our exploration of this transformative vision for global trade.
Before we do that, let's take a peek into the profile of our distinguished economist whose work underpins much of our discussion, Stephen Miran. Imagine a scholar whose intellectual journey bridges both the public and private sectors, an individual whose insights continue to shape the contours of economic policy. Stephen earned his Bachelor of Arts in Economics, Philosophy, and Mathematics from Boston University in 2005, a rigorous foundation that prepared him to explore the complexities of our economic world. Building on this, he pursued a PhD in economics at Harvard University, where he had the privilege of studying under the esteemed economist Martin Feldstein. This period of deep academic inquiry not only sharpened his analytical prowess, but also instilled in him a visionary approach to economic challenges. In December 2024, his expertise was acknowledged at the highest levels of government when President-elect Donald Trump...
So this guy is the most talked about economist right now because he provides the intellectual firepower for Trump's tariff policies.
Nominated him to serve as the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors.
Yes, this audio, it sounds very much like AI. Is it AI?
This pivotal role entrusted Stephan with advising the president on matters of economic policy, highlighting the trust placed in his capacity to guide national strategy. Stephan's career is marked by a series of influential positions. He served as senior advisor for economic policy at the...
When the dollar is high, American exports become more expensive and, as a result, less competitive on the global stage. Conversely, imports are rendered cheaper, further tipping the balance away from domestic production and contributing to the decline of American manufacturing. Moreover, there is an inherent financial burden placed on the U.S. by the need to supply reserve assets to the global economy. This obligation not only deepens trade deficits, but also places additional strain on domestic industries, compounding the challenges posed by an imbalanced trade framework. In essence, this overvaluation sets off a cascade of adverse effects, raising export prices, undermining the competitiveness of domestic goods, and intensifying trade deficits. As we consider these factors, we are compelled to ask, how can such a system be reformed to restore equilibrium and bolster American industry?
Right, that was your question. You're listening to that video and said, wow, how can this system be reformed to bring us back to equilibrium and to boost American industry? Okay, here is a post on what looks like 4chan from March 11. And seems to have aged pretty doggone well. Right? Trump is trying to crash the stock market at least 20%. Why? To cause a flight into treasuries. Right? This will cause the Fed to slash interest rates so that Trump can then refinance the debt to near 0% interest rates and cause a deflationary spiral that will lower the cost of everything. He intends to use tariffs as an incentive for companies to build in the U.S. to avoid having to pay tariffs. The tariffs and the resulting global trade war will force American farmers to sell more of their goods in the U.S., which will directly lower the price of groceries in the U.S. More than 94% of all stock is owned by just 8% of the U.S. population. Trump is literally taking money from the rich and giving it to the poor. It'll be interesting to see if the Republicans fail to stop a coming tax hike on the rich and instead focus their tax reduction on the middle and lower classes. This is why Trump is playing a game of pokey with tariffs. One day he has 25% tariffs on Mexico, the next day he doesn't. This is to cause extreme volatility in the markets and a desperate need and demand to flee towards U.S. Treasury bonds, which are more stable but offer lower potential return. This is why eggs are now cheaper than they were under Joe Biden. And the NASDAQ now down 20% from an all-time high. Dow Jones was down 10% Thursday and Friday. It's hard to get your head around what Trump is doing. Right, just from an immediate reaction, it just seems insane.
I've got the color chart, and I appreciated the president putting that chart up in the Rose Garden. So USA discounted reciprocal tariff on China's 34%. China charges to the U.S., which is tariff and non-tariff barriers.
So Larry Kudlow has long been a free market, free trade kind of guy. So it's interesting to hear him go to bat for the Trump administration.
This is 67%. This thing is 34%. Now, when I look at the 34% that we're going to charge them, this is a kinder and gentler President Trump. Do I add the 10% baseline tax or not?
No, you don't. You don't add the 10% baseline tax. The 10% baseline tax is for companies. Is for countries that would have is a minimum that countries would pay to avoid transshipment problems, to place a minimum, to put American workers on fair ground.
All right, I get it. No, I just wanted to clarify it, and we appreciate it very much. I figured you're the smartest guy in the building, so certainly you will know about this. Talk to me for 1 second about transshipping. You know, we had former Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross on the show Monday evening, and there's a lot of cheating that goes on. And specifically, you know, China ship it. Okay, so we may tariff China, and China may not be able to sell, but they will sell to Mexico, and then they'll sneak their stuff in underneath the domestic content rules of USMCA. How do you stop that, Steve Miran?
Yeah, so that's a fantastic point, and it remains a significant problem. China not only failed to live up to its Phase 1 agreements when it made a trade deal with the president the first time, and continues to cheat, lie, and steal from America, but they go out of their way to avoid the tariffs via the transshipment that you're describing. So it's of critical importance not only to crack down on transshipment, but to take a worldwide approach to tariffs.
So, seeing some comments in the chat against usury. I just can't think of any country that I would like to live in that doesn't have usury, right? If you can rent out your labor, right? If you can rent out your goods, if you can rent out your car or your tractor or your spade, why should you not get to rent out your money, right? Any advanced economy has usury. An advanced economy is not possible without usury. And what is it about money that one should not be allowed to earn on it? People are allowed to earn on their labor, right? They're allowed to rent out an apartment, a spare room. Why should people not be allowed to rent out, right, their money? Right. Here is a chilling video. We got a doctor performing a chemical castration procedure on a child. Just horrifying.
Dr. Olson had a decision.
You are in the perfect place to start on blockers.
And she promises to begin giving her estrogen, female hormones, in 2 years.
Around 13. That's what I think. Yes, you're not going to develop breast buds on the blockers, but
this is a huge moneymaker for hospitals and for doctors, because once you go down this path, you will need ongoing care for the rest of your life.
You're not going to wait until 16 to start. You know that, okay?
Josie received the blockers as an implant in her arm.
It's okay if you cry.
So with all the bravery she could muster,
You're going to feel a little bit of a...
Josie held on tight as another chapter opened in this young girl's life.
A lot of times it strikes me that had this happened just 20 years ago,
Thank you.
I wouldn't have been able to give her blockers, and she would have had to go through male puberty. That terrifies me.
It's all done. Do you want a hug?
I don't know that she would have survived male puberty.
Oh, just horrifying. Okay, Mark Penn says, get a grip, Wall Street. So he was the Clintons pollster. Tariff strategy is risky, but it's a determined and bold effort to undo the damage done to the manufacturing sectors of the American economy by unfair trade practices, especially from China. It is a reset of the global economic framework. Markets need to do the math. We only import 11% of our economy. I think it may be 14 or 15%. A 20% tariff on half of imports is only about 1% added to costs, which mostly goes to reduce the deficit. We survived Biden's 20% inflation, a shock of far greater magnitude. America has the most adaptable, resilient, and innovative economy in the world. Right, this is shocking. Stores playing classical music to try to deter our fellow African Americans.
Walgreens' short playlist, which includes some Bach and Rossini's William Tell Overture, is played over and over to deter loitering.
I don't know how that does that. I mean, I think it's an interesting idea. I'd like to understand what the science is behind it. Somebody's figured this out.
According to Deerfield-based Walgreens, there is no hard data behind it, but it may be working. During midday, 2 locations with the music did not have anyone loitering, while another Walgreens without the music had people hanging out. In a written statement, the corporation says for more than a year, it has implemented a loop of classical music at certain locations nationwide, including Chicago, and Walgreens is not alone. Opera is the genre of choice for 7-Eleven stores. A few in Chicago also play music to deter loitering. The Chicago Coalition for the Homeless blasts the tactic used by both companies.
It's essentially treating them as less than human and treating them as a nuisance. whereas there are folks that are in need of housing and supports.
There is no music yet at the South Loop Walgreens, where Robert Jackson likes to hang out because it's shady.
I think this is a great policy, right? Play classical music to deter loiterers. Right, interesting post here from Lindy Man. For most of history, people drank the same amount of water every day. Then in the late 1990s, people switched to drinking large amounts of water. They worried about dehydration, and bottled water consumption became normal. All of a sudden, people started to look younger. A 25-year-old today, it looks like 16 or 17 from decades ago. Constant consumption of water has an effect on aging. I don't know if it's true, but that's thoughtful. I mean, certainly you can drink too much water. All right, all things obviously in moderation. All right, Steve Bannon is very much on board with these Trump tariffs.
Trump to break right here. You've seen his plan, and he's dug in right now. No negotiations, none of that. Although I've even been an advocate, at least particularly the way the calculation went, there are people that say, hey, we understood you took the trade deficit. There's a mathematical formula back of it that commerce and your trade and NEC worked on. They may have observations. I think you always should be ready to listen to people, particularly since they are going to be trading partners. I think that they're getting stacked up like planes over LaGuardia. They actually either want to meet or have a discussion right away, which I think is the purpose of the trauma that he listed, and to have the gap between the time he delivered the blow and the time when it kicks in, the reciprocity. The other tariffs are kicking in right now, and the Chinese are livid. Spencer, what would be your advice to the President of the United States, sir?
Well, I think President Trump needs to hold the line on this issue. I think no matter what happens, the tariffs need to remain in place, and they need to be fairly high. And the reason for that is because, we have 50 years of offshoring to reverse. It's done tremendous damage to this country. And the tariffs are going to help America in really just two ways. Because they're reciprocal, if foreign countries take President Trump up on his offer and they reduce their average tariff rates, that's going to open up new markets for American goods. Last year, 2024, America exported about $3.2 trillion worth of goods and services. And that's in spite of all these massive, tariffs and non-monetary barriers to entry. If these other countries, if even half of them take President Trump up on his offer and they lower their tariffs, that's going to generate, a huge market for American exports. And if we did it by 50%, we can expect exports to increase by maybe $1.6 trillion. And that's going to support another 4 million jobs.
Yeah, this is look. You're either going to get it in tariff revenue coming in because you're charging for a premium market, or by opening up new markets, having production here, you'll have a higher growth rate on GDP. Your corporations will pay higher taxes, even with the structure they've got, and citizens, because they're making more. There's a very solid, thought through industrial logic to what he's doing here. The logic that the opposition gives is that, we can all make it up with service jobs. That's just not the case. And service jobs don't really have sustainable competitive advantage. They just don't. People are going to throw capital at things. You can do things. The service industry does not have sustainable competitive advantage. Manufacturing does with your manufacturing processes and techniques. Go ahead, sir.
I was going to say, it's not just that. I mean, the service industry, this goes back to Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. He wrote it in 1776. And one of the core tenets for Adam Smith was, how do countries get rich? Well, they get rich by accumulating capital, paving new roads, building new ports and factories. And the service industry just doesn't support that because it doesn't support diversified supply chains. And it doesn't support a large, well-educated and highly skilled.
So Laponia says, 40, did anyone mention that Canada and the U.S. have an agreement that Trump is not respecting? Well, I believe he is respecting. All right, he is not. increasing tariffs on Canada with regard to those goods that are covered by NAFTA. So I don't think that what you just alleged there is true, but let's settle it. Let's ask Grok, right? Is Trump respecting NAFTA with regard to Canada?
The workforce. Manufacturing does all of those things because if you're making physical products, you have to move those products around. So if you're investing in factories, you're going to also be investing in ports and roads and railroads and airports, and then all of the machinery that it takes to transport these products. Services is not like that. I mean, you look at the sort of the spin-off wealth that comes from manufacturing, and you compare that to Silicon Valley. I mean, you can run $1 billion services industry from Silicon Valley with 70 people. You can't do that with manufacturing. With manufacturing, you're supporting, about 10,000 jobs for every $1 billion worth of investment, right? So there's a huge multiplier.
Okay, you won't believe what I just found out from Grok. Donald Trump is no longer in office as of April 6, 2025. So he's not currently making trade policy decisions regarding NAFTA or Canada. Okay, this is an enormous blooper. This is the first time. Right. This is the first time I've seen such a large mistake on Grok. Oh my God, can you believe Grok just told me Donald Trump is no longer in office? You idiot. So how much can I respect Grok here? So let me ask you again, Grok. I mean, what idiocy? So let me ask you again. Is Trump respecting NAFTA? And is Grok going to keep giving me the crap? Okay. NAFTA is no longer in effect. Oh, it was replaced by the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement. So is Trump respecting this? So is Trump respecting USMCA? The answer is nuanced. So he's not respecting the spirit of the free trade framework with Canada. So is Trump respecting USMCA with regard to Canada? Right? And find out very shortly.
French. That's where all these social media companies don't employ anybody. By the way, on the situation with China, because you would agree, Spencer, this is the center of gravity.
Okay, here we go. So this agreement with Canada, right? This is what replaced NAFTA. It's the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. And Trump's actions suggest he is not fully respecting the framework. All right. So the USMCA explicitly aimed for tariff-free trade among the three nations. Trump's tariffs breach this. Trump could argue he is within the bounds of this agreement. He's just leveraging national security exceptions. So in practice, his tariffs disrupt the tariff-free trade that this agreement guaranteed for compliant goods. So is Trump respecting the agreement? Not really. He's technically using a loophole, and he's temporarily sparing some compliant goods. His broad tariffs and unilateral approach clash with the agreement's free trade principles and dispute resolution process. So Trump is less about respecting the deal. He's more about using trade as leverage for unrelated policy goals. So the situation is still unfolding, says Grok, but as of today, respect looks thin on the ground. So, Laponius, are you feeling respected by Donald Trump right now? Do you feel like you have a relationship with the United States that is reciprocal? right? What's the fancy word? Something like reciprocal? Or do you feel like you are being coerced to engage in things that you don't want to do? And do you need help? Do you need our prayers? Because I don't want to see you having to do things that violate your own norms, right? I don't want you doing things that violate your own morality. And I'm here for you, bro. If you feel like you are in an abusive relationship right now with Donald Trump in the United States, right, this is a safe space so we can talk about that.
Gravity of this is the American relationship and response to the.
Canada is in no way a threat to the United States national security. Donald Trump is a freaking liar. Bro, you're shocking me. I thought Canada was some major national security menace. And they were only undertaking these tariff actions for our own national survival. You're telling me that Donald Trump is not an oracle of truth, bro? You're blowing my mind.
The tariffs with China and the Chinese Communist Party?
Well, China's at the epicenter of all of this. And the reason for that is because China is the number one country that's preying upon America's markets. And they've been doing that, since the 1980s when they received most favored nation status. But really,
it's like Canada and the United States had an agreement to use condoms. And now Donald Trump has taken off his condom and he slipped it in raw. And Canada's saying, no, this is not okay. I did not consent to this. Right? Donald Trump is stealthing Canada right now. And I am way too familiar with the crime of stealthing because the number one story regarding a Luke Ford over the past year is some Scottish actor who was criminally convicted of that very act of stealthing. And so this bloke, right, he has caused disrepute on my name, right? And I am not that actor who engaged in criminal acts of stealthing. I would never do that to you, right? I have too much respect. And if Donald Trump is stealthing you right now, I'm sorry.
Since 2001, when they joined the World Trade Organization, I mean, millions and millions of jobs have been lost to China, and that nation has completely industrialized on the back of American investment. But it's not just that, because we talked about this over Liberation Day, and I was on.
Look, how was your Liberation Day, right? Some people would regard not using condoms as Liberation Day, but for other people, condoms help them to feel safe. And so Liberation Day is going to mean different things for different people. And I don't want to be all hegemonic and impose my experience of Liberation Day and just going raw and saying, oh, that must be your experience too, because you matter just as much as I do, right? Your hopes and dreams are just as important as mine, right? If Donald Trump pricks you, do you not bleed? Right? If Donald Trump hurts you and disrespects you, do you not suffer? And I know I have not been as sensitive to your needs at times as I should have been, and I want to do better.
In the program, we talked about how we pay for these goods, because we're not trading the Chinese anything. We're not making anything for them. So what we're doing is we're selling our assets and we're selling our debts. And one of the core assets that we're selling is actually ownership of American companies, right? So what these Chinese do, they're buying up ownership of American.
Yes, Julian Assange. He was arrested in Sweden for stealthing. Right? When you stealth, you're being worse than Hitler. Because, Hitler did some bad things. And the more I learn about the guy, the less I care for him, to quote one wise observer. But one thing you can say about Hitler, he did not engage in stealthing. Stealthing is very, very bad.
As the president has begun to do with the reciprocal tariff program, which by looking at trade balances with individual countries, the president is addressing transshipment in that manner.
Talk to me about Mexico and Canada. Now,
so many people, all right, are afraid to speak up about the great crime of stealthing. And I take my yarmulke off to Laponius, who is brave enough to step forward and say, I was a victim of Donald Trump's stealthing. Like, it hurt me. It violated my boundaries. it violated my sense that I live in a safe world, that I am having difficulties opening myself to love because of Donald Trump's act of stealthing against Canada. And Laponius, in private messages, has poured out his heart to me. I mean, the man has been in tears. He says, Luke, I don't know if I am going to be able to love again. I don't know if I'm going to be able to open myself up to another man's love after what I have just experienced from Donald Trump, that this act of stealthing has just fractured my psyche, that everything that I thought I understood about reality has been violated, and I'm just in a state of shock. And Laponia said to me, 40, I am hurting right now. I am in pain right now. I feel like I've been ravaged and raped by Donald Trump. And I feel just so incredibly vulnerable. And it's hard for me to admit my vulnerability. 40, before I met you, I was never able to admit my vulnerability to another man. But 40, you have taught me how important it is to be kind to myself. 40, you have taught me what it means to be a good friend to myself. 40, you have shown me the importance of vulnerability and honesty in relations. So I want you to understand what it's like for me when Donald Trump makes me feel unsafe, when Donald Trump just takes off the condom and without consent, right, without an agreement, he just rams it up inside of my host country, and that makes me feel not safe. And nothing good can happen when you're not feeling safe, right? And so Laponius, he needs sexual healing right now. Let's all pray for Laponius to get some sexual healing.
The 25% tariff, but if it's USMCA, okay, then there is no tariff. They would have a 10% baseline in lieu of that, or how's this going to work on our neighbors?
Yeah, so I believe what...
My God, I can't believe the misogynistic and hegemonic and capitalist and patriarchal thing that Ricardo just put in the chat. It's just, it shocks me. It frightens me. I'm just quivering right now. I'm just crying inside right now because Ricardo says you shouldn't stealth. You should insist on raw always. Women like it better that way anyway. Good pussy always prefers raw. Bro, this is hegemonic discourse that has no place in a civilized society. All right? Women like what they like, and women are just not some other that we can just drill holes in, right? Women are not watermelon that you can just drill a hole in to see if she's sweet, right? Women are not some other that we can theorize about, right? Women are not just vagina, right? Women are whole beings who in different places, in different contexts, in different situations, and in different relationships with different partners may prefer condoms or may prefer to be free from condoms. I don't think that we can be hegemonic and patriarchal about this, and it really upsets me, Ricardo, the way that you speak. I'm just feeling very unsafe right now.
What's happening is that Mexico and Canada are not part of this program. I believe that they are part of the other USMCA specific programs, including the Canada and Mexico fentanyl tariffs, as well as the auto tariffs, which will affect them as well.
So if they are compliant with USMCA, they're okay, they're clean, no tariff.
Right. Hear this hegemonic discourse, compliant. All right. The Canada is just some bitch that we can manipulate to do the things that we want to do, right? This is like the situation at too many of our universities where the percentage of women in the student body gets higher and higher, and obviously the percentage of men gets lower and lower. And on any situation, but particularly on a college campus, right, where the number of women is much higher than the number of men, women have to do more and more extreme things sexually. They have to give up sex much more readily and easily and do many more extreme acts to nail down a man, as opposed to when there is a high supply of men, a low supply of women, then men have to follow what women want, and there's longer courtship, and there's less sex, but this high ratio of women to men, and too many women are putting out too quickly and too often in too extreme a circumstance just to try to nail down a man. And this makes me feel very unsafe and sad. And all this talk about compliance, I fully feel now how unsafe Laponius is feeling. And when he encounters this rhetoric about compliance, and he feels like that Donald Trump is just lining Canada up and treating it like a whore, and that our president is effing Canada like Canada is a whore, and like Canada should be screaming, F me like a whore, this is what I want, F me like a whore, like put it in harder and deeper. Right? That's what's going on right now. And no wonder Laponius is so upset.
I'm not an expert on the trade law and the trade implementation, but I believe that's the case.
Yeah, I think
we can follow up with USTR. Yeah, I
think it. Yes, we can either do that or call Bob Lighthizer, or somebody's going to know about this. I get it. How about the estimates of potential tariff-related revenues? I've seen, $600 billion, $700 billion. There's a lot of money there. Have you done any calculations, you and your colleagues at the CEA?
Yes, so we have looked at it. I don't have a precise number for you right now, but what I will say is that it's maybe in the area that you were discussing there, maybe closer to 500. We'll have a precise number in coming days. But what's really important is what you do with that.
So one thing that strikes most people about these Trump tariff policies is how slapdash and how sudden and how they don't feel particularly thought through, because this guy who's the face of these policies, all right, he called for a gradual implementation, right? What Trump is doing is ramming in these tariff policies hard and deep without consent. He's just unilaterally imposing them on other nations, and that is not what Stephen Miran wanted. Like Stephen Miran, he's into consensual. Wow, Ovechkin. Is that how you say his name? He just scored. He's now the highest scorer in the National Hockey League, just surpassed Wayne Gretzky. But Stephen Moran's into consensual. Right? I'm learning now Donald Trump doesn't respect consent. And Stephen Miran is into mutuality. And I watched The Apprentice, and it doesn't seem like Donald Trump is into mutuality. And Stephen Miran wants reciprocity, but I'm growing concerned that Donald Trump is not into reciprocity. I feel like Donald Trump is the type of bloke who would get a blowjob from a hooker or from a mistress, and then he wouldn't reciprocate. He would think, oh, she's a hooker, like she's had sex with hundreds of men. I'm not going down on her. And how hegemonic and sexist is that? Like a real man who purchases a blowjob from a hooker, right, he gives her oral sex in exchange because that's the Christian thing to do.
You look at the Reagan years so fondly.
Yes.
I remember what it was like, and it was choppy. And the president...
Very choppy.
Very choppy. President Reagan stood the course. And look, this is not an invitation, but at one point in the early 80s, a farmer showed up with a shotgun at the Federal Reserve to kill Paul Volcker for raising rates. So, like I said, that's not an invitation for anybody for action, but it was a tough time. And then in 1984, President Reagan won re-election with 49 states. And I think they may have even let Mondale win Minnesota just so it wasn't a skunk.
Just to be nice, yeah.
And that's what President Trump is doing now. For years, the American worker at middle class.
Ricardo just made a great point, and it hurts me to say that Ricardo made a great point, but he did, and I am a servant of the truth. Right? If I am anything, I am a humble servant of the truth. And when bloody Ricardo makes a good point, right, I take off my yarmulke figuratively to this goy. And even a dumb goy like Ricardo made a good point here. Right, it's so hard to find the one good point that Ricardo made. But he said, if you can't tell she's interested, you're not ready. And so one of the beauties about growing older getting some clarity about life is that it's just so much more obvious now when women are interested or not interested. All right. She's interested. She will speak to you beyond what's pro forma, beyond what's protocol. She'll ask you genuine questions. She will touch you unnecessarily, and she will primp in front of you. And so unless you get these indicators of interest, right, which become pretty easy to spot, she's not really interested. Right, this is Scott Bessent, our Treasury Secretary, speaking to Tucker
Class has been eviscerated. American workers have taken it on the chin. And, we're just starting to see some of the research now. Like, we're seeing research on what's called the China shock from 2004. It's just coming out now. And it's what
I thought China shock was what happens when you use tampons made in China and they trigger, some kind of shock to your system. I mean, that's my experience.
It's what I know, but finally academics are saying, the American workers never...
Wait, I'm just thinking, Ricardo, so you say if you can't tell she's interested, you're not ready. Are you telling me that women won't always tell you explicitly that they are interested and that they want to be penetrated? Are you saying that women sometimes fail to say exactly what they want? This is blowing my mind, bro.
Covered from the China shock. What a surprise. And President Trump sensed it 40 years ago, but out in the campaign trail starting in 2000.
Okay, I thought septic shock was China shock. China shock is septic shock. But that was racist, right? Not all forms of septic shock come from China, right? All our major pandemics come from China. But if you go back enough in history, I'm sure there was a major pandemic that didn't come from China.
2015, up until last year, he has promised the American workers that the old standard of living can come back. And because what we've seen over the past at least 20 years since the China shock, but more like the past 30, are these massive distributional problems where the coast have done.
Doggone it, that guy, Bob Altberger, right? Our Norwegian guy makes another good point. The difference between the first and second Trump administration is all of these Silicon Valley people whispering, move fast and break stuff to Donald Trump. So I'm sure many corporate CEOs were expecting a different Trump, and they're shocked that Trump is now operating by the Silicon Valley mantra of move fast and break stuff. And I don't think Silicon Valley thought that this would happen to them. And what's hilarious to me, and maybe this reveals my own lack of moral sensitivity and the kind of unfeeling, selfish attitude that has caused Laponia so much pain. They didn't expect this to happen to them, right? They thought move fast and break things is just something that they got to do. Now it's happening to them, and they're not very happy, but they're too afraid to complain about it. Right? That's hilarious to me. The corporate CEOs are too afraid of speaking out against Donald Trump, even as he's crashing their businesses. Oh, too funny.
Great. Yes.
So I did a show, and I hope you saw it, about 2 years ago. It was called LOL, Nothing Matters. And it's obviously not an attitude to take always and at all times through all of life. But it is a fantastic attitude to take if there's nothing you can do about something. So there's nothing you can do about the direction of the American economy. So if you're dealing with stuff beyond your control, right, and it's not going to be hurtful to the people around you, an attitude of LOL, nothing matters is hilarious, right? It is an incredibly adaptive, freeing attitude. I find when I take the attitude of LOL, nothing matters, when I take that appropriately about things way beyond my control, it frees me up. I breathe better. There's less body tension. I see the funny. I laugh. I get taller. I get wider, right? I let go of unnecessary tension and compression. I let go of my tendency to write up tickets for people breaking my unenforceable rules. But with regard to Trump and his tariffs, right? LOL, nothing matters. There's nothing you can do about it to change whatever Trump is going to do with tariffs. So you might as well lie back and think of England, right? LOL, nothing matters is often an excellent attitude with regard to things that are beyond your control. So lie back, think of England, enjoy the ride. These things that are beyond your control, just LOL, nothing matters.
And the middle.
Yes, even nihilism has a place. The appropriate use of nihilism is an important part of a healthy diet.
Middle of the country they have just seen quality of the life expectancy decline. They don't think their children are going to do better than they are. And a lot of people don't care. And President Trump cares. This administration cares.
All right, there's a time and a place for sarcasm and irony and nihilism, right? Read the Bible, the book of Ecclesiastes, right? There's a time for this and a time for that, right? There's a time and a place for irony, sarcasm, and even nihilism. So Luke just admitted to being an irony bro. Well, many Americans suffer from a severe irony deficiency. Time and a place, man. That's from the Bible. You got to argue against God, bro.
So over the course of my life, 55 years, Wall Street really has been the commonly recognized measure of economic health. Like, how's the Dow doing? We've got entire TV channels devoted to tracking its progress, which has mostly been up during the course of my life. So if the average of, the equity averages fall.
Right. Have you read the biblical book of Ecclesiastes recently? Right? The words of the teacher, son of David, king in Jerusalem, meaningless, meaningless, says the teacher, utterly meaningless. Everything is meaningless. Also translated as, LOL, nothing matters. What do people gain from all their labors at which they toil under the sun? Generations come, generations go. Tariffs come, tariffs go, but the earth remains forever. The sun rises, the sun sets, and it hurries back to where it rises. The wind blows, streams flow. All things are wearisome. Right? The eye never has enough of seeing, nor the ear its fill of hearing. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. Everything is meaningless. Right? That's the Bible, bro. Right? It's not his only teaching on the subject. There are times when this is not a good attitude to take. But LOL, nothing matters.
If the stock market falls, that's seen by a lot of people as like a measure that the economy itself is in decline. Do you think that's a fair measure?
Look, the market goes up and down. Warren Buffett has a saying, in the short run, the market's a voting machine. In the long run, it's a weighing machine. And in the long run, it's going to weigh, do we have good policies?
Yes.
And I in my former business, I commented on market structure, market ups and downs a lot. I'm trying not to do that.
Yes.
But for everyone who thinks that these market declines are all based on the president's economic policies, I can tell you that this market decline started with the Chinese AI announcement of DeepSeek.
Right.
So the so-called Mag 7, the tech stocks, had been doing very well for about...
This is a great point that I didn't think about. The stock market decline began with the release of DeepSeek.
18 months, led the market, and I think that there was kind of a real dose of reality in what was going on in AI. And I think U.S. is going to remain the leader in AI, but the AI-related stocks started coming down. So, like, if I were to analyze in my old hat, and this is the only time I'm going to talk about it, my old hat, what's happening with the market, I'd say it's more a Mag 7 problem and not a MAGA problem.
Right. So it's a deeper. So actually, the markets are, you're saying in this specific case with tech stocks, are taking like a real measure of the value of companies relative to foreign companies.
Well, it's that. But if we look with the equal weight,
I don't have any confidence that Trump is right here. Right. I fear that this is gross incompetence, and so I don't have any basis to heap scorn on Nathan Cofnas's Substack essay. Right. I respect Cofnas. I respect this critique. Right. I'm stuck in the middle with you, bro. I'm trying to have something that's reciprocal and mutual here. Right. This is not me being all hegemonic and patriarchal with you. Right. I am reaching out to you as a mate. All right. This is mateship. Right. This is not me just stealthing you. Right. So Cofnas says, MAGA Communism and the end of America. The right stupidity has reached a tipping point. So Batya Ungar Sargon is fascinating. All right, she blocked me on Twitter like 10 years ago because I made some critical tweets, and then she was really nice to me in a DM, but I kept making these critical tweets, so she blocked me, and I get it. And so she is a Marxist, she is a leftist, and she was very anti-Trump until about 2018, 2019, 2020, when she started changing her tune. So self-identified Marxist, self-identified leftist who supports Trump because he's waging class warfare and telling Wall Street to screw itself. And she looks forward to Trump's tariffs taking us back to the 70s, because back in the 70s, the majority of the GDP in America was in the middle class. This was a golden era. And Cofnas says the idea the economy was better in olden days was a message from a viral song by Oliver Anthony, Rich Men North of Richmond. Right, I don't like hating the rich. Right, I don't like class warfare. 2 days ago, Trump's tariffs came into effect. He called this Liberation Day, because the tariffs will restore manufacturing in America and free us from the rest of the world that is ripping us off. Cofnas says the actual effect of the tariffs will be to halt the American economic juggernaut. They will discredit the anti-woke movement. They will pave the way for left-wing populists like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They will stop the right-wing's momentum in other countries. They will bring an end to Pax Americana, which is the masking tape holding the pieces of the world together. I'm not at all sure that Cofnas is wrong here. I'm just stuck in the middle with you, like engaged in a relationship that's reciprocal and mutual and respectful. And I'm trying to be sensitive to your needs, bro. And pouring derision on other people, that's just foreign to my new self. Right? I'm all about the radical love and inclusion.
Weighted S&P, even after today's move, down 4% in the year. Or, in a long-term chart, you wouldn't even notice that.
Yeah.
And I think the most important thing that we can do, that I can do as the Treasury Secretary, that President Trump wants to do, is put in sound fundamentals for the underlying economy. And if the underlying economy is good, if taxes are stable, if businesses have predictability, if we have cheap and plentiful energy, if we deregulate, if we treat our workforce well, then we're going to have a great stock market.
Fair. The president suggested in describing his plan for tariffs, he said, look, you could conceivably fund a lot of government with tariffs. And that would suggest that taxpayers fund less of the burden. And so do you expect that these will be accompanied by a congressionally approved tax cut for the middle class?
Tucker, I just want to go back for a moment, too, that one of the things that the tariffs are doing is we are pushing back against other economic systems. So the Chinese have a very different economic system. They have low cost, some would call it literally slave labor. They subsidize industry with subsidized loans. They have a lot of non-tariff barriers. Your show can't be shown there.
Yes.
So we're pushing back against that, and with the tariff income, it can be substantial. And if we think like a classical model of tariff income would say, if there's a 10% tariff, then the currency would appreciate about 40% of that, so 4% of it. Then the producer in the other country would eat about 4%. And then the U.S. consumer might have a one-time price adjustment of 2%. So, in a 10% tariff, maybe the consumer pays 2% of it. We saw there was a study out recently from a group at MIT that shows that with President Trump's first China tariffs, which were approximately 20%, the price level went up 0.7. So to answer your question, if we could put on a 20% tariff and have the foreigners pay that and use that money to bring down our government deficit and keep taxes low here, that's a very unique formula that hasn't been tried in this country for a long time.
And do you think, but it would require congressional participation to get there, to move tax rates, of course, are set by the Congress. So,
well, what we're going to have now, we are in this very odd, what I would call betwixt and between the tariff income and what DOGE is doing in terms of the cutting government expenses. So CBO scoring, and for 35 years, I was on the other side of the wall, And I would always, CBO says this. And I didn't really realize that kind of CBO scoring is a lot like Enron accounting, that it's not real. And when you actually look at the real scoring.
But you assumed it was on the outside?
Sure. Well, they're experts.
It's a congressional budget office.
It's a congressional budget office. And they're well-intentioned people. They just have the nonsensical rules. Think about this. When all the scoring's done over a 10-year window.
Yes.
Okay? So they just assume 1.7 or 1.
Okay. One thing you must say about Trump's cabinet is that they're good on TV. They're good on podcasts. Right? Have you ever seen a cabinet that is just so articulate and so much fun to listen to? And so maybe there's some wisdom in Trump choosing the podcast cabinet. I think Scott Bessent is an excellent choice at Treasury Secretary. And he is the highest ranking gay American of all time. And that makes me proud because that is who we are. So Richard Anania said that he was voting for Trump in 2024 primarily because he thought Trump would be better on the economy. That was not the primary reason why I voted for Donald Trump. Primary reason that I voted for Donald Trump is I thought he'd be better on immigration and that he'd be better on combating DEI and affirmative action. So Cofnas writes, historically, the American right was better than the left on economics. Well, which economic policy is best depends on the situation. It's not like free market, free trade is always best, right? Sometimes more government regulation, sometimes more socialism, less socialism, more capitalism, less capitalism, depends on the situation. As the Republican Party is degenerated into a low IQ court of personality, this was unsustainable. I think there's some fairness to that critique, right? For the first time in 80 years, low propensity voters are primarily Republican. The benefits of free trade are counterintuitive. Yes, they require a certain degree of intelligence to understand. Okay, on average, people who believe in capitalism have higher IQs. Fair. If you chase all the smart people away from your movement, your economic policies will come to reflect the intuitions of below average people who think trade is inherently exploitive and only workers who make physical objects add value. Okay, that's strong critique. Trump was elected largely because he was the anti-woke candidate. Maybe. His executive orders on DEI were a cause for celebration. But the point of fighting for DEI is to pave the way for something better, not merely to attack leftists for its own sake. All right, strong argument. A lot of strong arguments here from Cofnas. If we destroy America and go back to living in caves, then we will have won the war on woke. That's not the kind of victory that we should aspire to. The goal is to bring about a better world. All right, powerful critique. So, according to Cofnas, a reality-based right-wing movement needs to accept the following facts. Till Trump came back, the American economy was better than ever. Right, so here I would dispute. Right, and here's the basis. The American economy was better than ever for people who had 401k plans and who owned real estate. For people who neither owned real estate nor had 401k plans, the American economy was not great. In fact, it was going down. Cofnas says income inequality has not increased since the 1970s. I don't have any reason to dispute that. Cofnas says taxes are mostly paid by the rich. I believe that's true. People who deny the aforementioned facts out of ignorance and political gain, I'll accept that. Mob rule by ignoramuses is not an effective long-term strategy to fight wokeism. Okay. I will buy that. So I'm sympathetic to Cofnas's point of view. So he says, our political system does not incentivize people to acknowledge when things are okay. True. In the attention economy, you get more attention if you scream, this is awful. Instead, in our political and attention economy, everyone needs to present himself as the solution to a crisis. Right? If a politician says we just need to stay the course, he sounds like he doesn't care about your problems, and he will likely lose to the guy who sounds more hysterical. Okay, I think this is a solid point here by Cofnas. People get very angry if you point out that America is not the third world hellhole that many people want to believe it is. True. America overwhelmingly is not a third world hellhole. Right? In 2023, after I pointed out the absurdity of Oliver Anthony's song, there was a mass pile-on by conservatives calling me an out-of-touch elitist for sharing facts. Political commentator Ryan Gudowski replied in a tweet that was retweeted by Ann Coulter, "How dare the working class feel screwed? Don't they know how much worse it is in Uganda or back in 1870? So according to Gudowski and Ann Coulter, what matters is how conservatives feel, not objective reality." I side 100% with Cofnas here. J.D. Vance responded, "Never mind that food prices have risen substantially over the last 2 years and life expectancy has dropped." Right? And Cofnas is correct that even if these claims are true, that does not make Oliver Anthony's false claims true. Right? Vance would never admit this because it can be nothing good about America as long as his political opponent is in power. Then Mike Cernovich of Pizzagate fame went full communist and declared, "The vast majority of the rich don't add value, and your neck is 13 inches. This was followed by a totally non-gay discussion by hundreds of Trumpists about the details of my neck. I side 100% here with Cofnas. Most people in public life don't want to face the mob. True. I 100% side with Cofnas. He was a man of incredible courage, and he has a very tight Twitter game. So most people just go along with other people's delusions. Good point. And Cofnas has been sounding the alarm for years now that the anti-woke right needs to appeal to elites. Man, Cofnas is bringing great point after great point. Mob rule by morons is not going to be a success. Correct. We need to ask why most smart people lean woke. And we must come up with a message that can draw them away from the left. Trumpists think that wokeism triumphed because it had power on its side, and that the way to defeat it is simply to take power for ourselves and to smash everything that leftists have built. Okay, so do we need a power-first strategy? Should I ask Laponius, our power bottom in the chat? I don't have a strong opinion on that. Cofnas argues this is backwards. Wokeism has power mainly because smart people are attracted to that ideology in the first place. Important institutions are staffed by cognitive elites. Because they lean woke, the elites use their positions of influence to advocate for wokeism. There's a limit to how much you can accomplish via pure bullying. Yes, you can fire government bureaucrats. You can strong-arm universities to axe their DEI staff. You're not going to change anyone's views that way. You can't build effective alternative institutions with a bunch of Twitter trolls. All right, 100%. I am on the side of my fellow Yid Nathan Cofnas here. And this is where Cofnas starts to lose me. The term fascist is used as a generic insult, but Trumpism has essentially become 1920s-style fascism. Right? That is bogus. And 1920s fascism was a movement that was unique to that time and place, confronting a growing communist form of totalitarian threat in the Soviet Union. The original point of fascism was to combine nationalism with socialism under the leadership of an authoritarian state. Right. I think there are elements of truth to that, but I don't think fascism is a particularly useful term here. Fascism occurred at a particular time and place in history, and we really have not seen it since World War II. And let's look at the ingredients, right? So nationalism and socialism and an authoritarian state, right? These were components of nationalism, but we have dozens of alternative nation states that did combine nationalism with socialism under the leadership of an authoritarian state that were not fascist. So most examples of nationalism, socialism with some degree of authoritarian state, and every nation state that's functioning has a substantial degree of the authoritarian, right? So most examples that combine these things are not fascist. So I don't consider fascism a useful descriptor here. Mussolini, towards his fascist ends, ordered job-making public works projects, right? So for every fascist job-making public works project, you have had hundreds of thousands of non-fascist job-making public works projects, right? There's absolutely nothing inherently fascist about a job-making public works project. Nationalist economic policies, right? You have hundreds of examples of nationalist economic policies that were not remotely fascist. So job-making public works projects combined with nationalism and nationalist economic policies combined with socialism does not inherently create fascism. Fascism was also associated with thuggery. Yes, fascism was associated with thuggery, but guess what? There have been millions of examples of thuggery that had absolutely nothing to do with fascism. So all these things, nationalism, socialism, thuggery, authoritarianism, there's nothing inherently fascist about this combo. And you can find hundreds of examples of all these combinations that have absolutely nothing to do with fascism. I think it is a mistake to describe the Trump administration as some kind of 1920s fascism. But I will be fine if you want to say that Trump's a nationalist, that Trump is acting like a thug, that he is using elements of socialism and authoritarianism, right? All these elements may well be accurate, but they do not put together create fascism. Right? Fascism only occurs at a particular time and place in reaction to a totalitarian threat of communism. Trump goes through with his tariffs and isolationism. This will have many effects, what Trump already did in his first term. But they will not have the effect that he intends, bringing back manufacturing jobs. Trump's policy has been changing on a weekly basis. Tariffs could well be rescinded. No one is going to start building factories in the U.S. when they don't know what policies will be in place when the factory is ready to operate. Well, we have had a substantial movement towards reshoring in the United States over the past 10 years, and Donald Trump's tariff policies probably have played a role in that. The tariffs have already crashed the stock market, and they will raise inflation. Well, we already had tariffs under the first Trump administration, and overall they did not crash the stock market and they did not cause inflation. There is a high probability of stagflation. Maybe. Trump's economic warfare and nationalist rhetoric have discredited the MAGA movement in the eyes of the vast majority of non-Americans, thus weakening the MAGA-adjacent anti-woke right in other countries. I'm afraid that he's probably correct there. For example, the Conservatives in Canada were on track for an easy victory in the next election. They are now losing after Trump kept threatening to annex their country. I think Cofnas is 100% right there. Trump's impending failure may set the stage for a left-wing backlash. I think that's a valid concern. If the next president is a Democrat, that person will use Trumpian thuggery to undo what Trump did. Very likely. The last few decades have been the era of Pax Americana. Uncle Sam runs around the world putting out fires, making everyone play nice, stamping out pandemics, and preventing less enlightened countries from bringing back slavery or biological warfare. Some truth to that, whether the amount of truth here is 30% or 50%, probably in that neighborhood. Uncle Sam presides over the rule-based order that makes cooperation and free trade possible and has enabled the long peace. All right, probably 50% truth there. American firsters see us spending a small amount of money on other countries' demand that we cut off the freeloaders. True. Consequences of the collapse of the international system will penetrate the borders of America. Yes, but the consequences of funding and staffing and enforcing the international system have also penetrated the borders of America. Pandemics in Haiti can't be kept out by a wall. True. If China decides to gobble up all of Asia and Africa too, it will pose a threat to us. Not necessarily. So when the Soviet Union apparently gobbled up Afghanistan, did that pose a huge threat to us? The elite consensus was yes, but John Mearsheimer saw that the Soviet Union would be weaker because it gobbled up Afghanistan. Right? If China decides to try to gobble up Asia, the evidence is overwhelming that China will be weaker and less of a threat to us. And my God, what if China takes over Africa? I completely disagree with Cofnas. Right? Just because a nation expands doesn't make it stronger. Trump's plan to alienate our allies and abandon our historic role will create a poorer, more chaotic, more dangerous world for everyone. We are inevitably on a path towards less globalization with or without Trump. Trump is accelerating deglobalization, but the poorer, more chaotic, and more dangerous world that would be true with or without Donald Trump. So I strongly agree with much of Cofnas's essay, strongly disagree with his last paragraph. Here I stand. I can do no other. So help me God.
0.8% economic growth over the 10 years, and that never moves. Whether you raise taxes or cut taxes, doesn't move. So that's what, like during the campaign, when Vice President Harris was announcing all these big tax increases she wanted to do and things like that, that the CBO was scoring her very well, and President Trump wants to make the 2017 tax cuts permanent. That was kind of a blowout number because obviously growth's going to go up a lot when you cut taxes. So but that was a long way of saying we will not get credit.
Wow, I am impaled on the horns of a dilemma because all my friends in the chat right now saying that they do not want to have sex with Nathan Cofnas, and that just seems simultaneously homophobic and anti-Semitic. Right? You are a bad man if you don't want to have sex with Nathan Cofnas.
Credit for the tariffs in any bill because Congress is not going to legislate it. President's doing it with executive authority, but the money will be coming in. We've already taken in several $100 million on the China tariffs from his first term. We take in about $35 billion a year just on the old tariffs.
Yes. Is Luke going to come out? I got to be honest with you. I can no longer live a lie. I am gay. I just love having sex with men, have sex with men all the time. I can no longer live a lie. I'm coming out. I'm a gay man. How do you feel about that? I'm a proud gay American, and you can mock me all you want, but here I stand. I can do no other, so help me God. Well, no, I never actually had sex with other men because that would be a sin against the Torah, but just constantly yearning to, bro. Just constantly yearning to, but my commitment to Torah is stronger than my urge to have sex with other men. But do you think less of me for being a proud gay American? Please be honest, right? Our relationship is based on honesty, and this is a difficult talk. This is a difficult conversation, but it's one that we need to have.
Not on the new ones. So in the CBO window, that's about $350 billion, which pays for a lot of the president's promises on no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, making interest deductibility on autos made in the U.S. And think what the president's doing here. He is backing into an affordability solution for the bottom 50% of wage earners because they're the ones who will benefit from all four of those programs.
So looking out, say, a year from now, so beginning of next April, do you have any sense of how much the U.S. government anticipates bringing in from the tariffs announced yesterday?
It's going to...
Thank you, Ricardo, for appreciating my honesty and transparency. I can no longer live a lie, and I would not have been able to be so honest and transparent and raw and vulnerable with you right now if you had not been so worthy, so esteemable. You deserve, Ricardo, my honesty and transparency. So I tip my gay yarmulke to you, my friend. You have shown me the meaning of vulnerability. You have shown me the meaning of man-on-man love. Right? You have shown me the virtue of mateship. You are my hero. You are the one who took me from crayons to perfume. It wasn't easy, but props to you, Ricardo.
To be a moving target, sure. But could it be anywhere from $300 billion to $600 billion a year? Sure.
Okay, so that's meaningful revenue.
Very meaningful. But what will happen with tariffs over time, the ultimate goal of the tariffs, and the president says it all the time, bring your factory here. That's the best solution toward getting away from a tariff wall. So move your factory from China, from Mexico, from Vietnam, bring it here So what will happen over time, we'll have substantial tariff income in the beginning. Manufacturers will build their factory here. The tariffs will drop, but the revenue from the factories, from income.
So press 1 in the chat if you're willing to remain friends with me, despite my being a flaming Aussie homo who hangs out in cliffs above Bondi Beach. Press 2 in the chat if we can no longer be friends, because this is the way God made me.
Taxes from all the new jobs will go up. So we'll be taking it in domestically as the tariffs drop. And why are the tariffs dropping? Because we're making it here and our trade deficit's dropping.
So you've obviously thought this through. You think that the United States has the necessary labor force for this transition?
I think we do. I think with AI, with automation, with so many of these factories are going to be new. They're going to be smart factories that I think we've got.
Damn, the chat says, I don't want AIDS. My God, how homophobic is that? Right? How anti-Semitic is that? That's just bigoted and racist that you don't want to get AIDS. What's wrong with you, man? Like, all the cool people have AIDS. We should all have AIDS, right? Don't be a hater. Get AIDS. Have lots of AIDS. Have all the variety of AIDS.
All the labor force we need, and what we are doing on the other side. One of the reasons, other than my support for President.
Look, just because I twist flex bars and teach the Alexander technique, right? That does not make me a flaming flamer, all right?
President Trump, that I came out from behind my desk, and I had a pretty good life, and I wanted to come out and really tell people that I was worried about an impending financial calamity, given the high levels of government spending that were leading to high levels of government debt. So what we are doing.
So be real, be honest, be authentic and transparent with me. Have we ever had in the entire history of the United States a better podcasting cabinet?
On one side, the president is reordering trade. On the other side, we are shedding excess labor in the federal government and bringing down federal borrowings. And then on the other side, that will give us the labor that we need for the new manufacturing.
Can't believe that Tim Dillon has some of the best analysis of this.
It goes back to fighting over what are we watching? We've lost that with cheap goods. The rage that you felt when someone had the TV in the living room and you didn't, and you wanted to watch something, it's all coming back is my point. Those moments we lost fighting with each other. Now everyone's got a TV.
Guys, we're all going to gather around the one TV going forward, right? We're all going to work in a factory, and we're all going to join a softball team, and we're not going to have stuff, and we're not going to have 401k plans, but we'll be together in the factory wearing uniforms.
Everyone's got a phone. Everyone's got a car. There's no sense of togetherness. But now there will be a sense of together when everyone has one thing. An entire family has one thing that everyone can fight over and rip each other's faces off so that you all decide as a family, you argue as a family about the merits of what shows on Netflix you want to watch. Let's go see some of these numbers here. They're a little troubling. They're disconcerting. The Dow's down about 1,400 points. S&P is down 4% as of now. Nike fell 12%. So many of its products are made outside of the United States. You don't need Nikes. You don't need them. There are other shoes. There's other types of shoe other than a Nike. United Airlines lost 10% because their customers are worried about the global economy. You ain't getting on the plane. NVIDIA is saying 4.6%, which they've already been losing, but now their loss is down to 22%. I mean, all of these things, you're gonna learn to live without traveling or shoes. I don't know what to tell people that need these things all the time to be happy. You don't need all of these things to be happy all the time. You just need to make do with less. This is how you bring back the America that we lost. I'm telling you. This is what people are excited about. Because there's too much shit. People have too many things. You don't need a phone anymore, like a smartphone. All it does is pump your head full of craziness. You don't need, sell it. If you have a smartphone right now, sell it to a drug dealer who can use it. If you're not a drug dealer, you don't need a phone. It's the way that we treated pagers. You have a pager? Are you a drug dealer? That's what it used to be. You had a cell phone, you were a drug dealer. Now everyone needs a cell phone? By midday, the S&P 500 lost 4.37%. The NASDAQ declined by 5.59%. And the Dow Jones. Most of this doesn't matter to people because they're just broke. And they don't know what any of this means. And it doesn't mean anything to them. But there are people that have the 401k, that retirement plan. And that got hammered because you're all invested. Okay? We've erased trillions of dollars from the U.S. stock market. But you got to stop thinking that more money is making you happier. It actually could go the opposite, where some of the happiest people I know are impoverished. Have you seen a third world country and all the kids are smiling and singing songs? A lot of them are singing songs. Bring up African children singing. Get up African children singing, please. African children singing. Smiling and singing. I don't want to see any of the starvation. It depresses me. Singing, not the... Well, okay. Well, look at this. Look at this. Bring this up.
We are not alone.
This is what's going to happen once everyone... Look at what are we talking about? Let's go. It's a poor country, but when's the last time you've seen Americans sing like this and be happy? Never. Never. All right. But this is what I mean. Get up, homeless crackhead dancing. Because you need to understand that your wealth does not define your level of happiness. I'm telling you, you have to divorce yourself from this idea. Oh, I've got a big fat retirement. We gonna retire and see the world. Please give me a white crackhead. I don't want to be accused of racism. Get a Google white crackhead dancing. I'm trying to prove to people that you can be happy with less. Is this a real crackhead or is it some sketch? Get a real crackhead, please. A white crackhead who is happy, because we don't need the things anymore. And I think we're going to be happy. The van life, people living in vans, they're thrilled because they have freedom. That's what we need. We don't need this overcomplicated thing where everybody's got all this money and we're all, I'm going to retire in Myrtle Beach, Florida. I'm going to play golf and the little woman's going to drink wine. No, work. Work gives you, get up.
Look, work gives you freedom. Bye-bye.